It's on that shorty new year, shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty camp leader is a fucking delight. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. Your opinions are valid, you can fly like a bird. With your comments on screen, you will always be heard. It's the best chat on YouTube, you can cuss all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say cunt. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. Let your raw cats be free, so liberating. We stay on topic, although occasionally things get a bit feral, but it's clear to see. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty camp leader is a fucking delight.
Hi, shorties. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Friday. Happy Saturday in Australia. Hello, Buster. We've got pig's ears. And you get a big boy-sized one. Whoa. One for you. Get ready for the crunching. Poppy, one's for you, lady. Hi. I've got my new, oh my God, I love these so much. Green card. Can you see? Yes, I can't really see. Green card flowy muscle tee. I've got a few. I love them so much. They're my new favorites. Can't see. How about I get some vision? Hi, Simi. Good to see you. Oh, these are the worst glasses. Like literally so bad. Hi, Simi. I see Stephanie, blah, blah, blah. I saw Teresa in the house as well. How are you? How is everyone? I don't know if I can do these glasses. They're blinding me with their furious random magnification that's all over the place. Hang on. Let me just clean another pair. We'll see what we can do. Something spectacles. Is everyone all right? Shit's getting wild, isn't it? We'll be okay. It is a wild time to be alive. We will be okay. Humanity, everything's going to be okay. It is. It's going to get rough before it gets better, but it is going to be okay. and we have each other. So that's the best way to be, isn't it? Grateful that we have each other. Oh my God. Shame about my glasses cleaning skills. Jeez Louise. Oh, who even am I? Walk and talk chat. Let me get this organized. Everything was going so smoothly this morning. I mean, I've been awake since 3. Fine, whatever. Lol. Wait, here's my story. I don't know how many of you are Twitter folk, but there was a worldwide kind of weird, an oddity going on with the Twitters when I woke up, and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm not ready for this. Has my account been nuked? Possibly. Nope, didn't seem to be. Although it's a possibility." And then I'm like, "Oh, they better, sort of." And then I'm like, "Oh, wait, maybe Australia's lost Twitter. Maybe Australia's been nuked." I was like, doesn't seem like it. And I turned my phone off and on because, sometimes it works. I uninstalled the app and reinstalled it. I'm like, nah, this is fucked. Like, this is fucked. I'm like, and then I Googled something else and it said, try going in from your browser. And I got in. Oh, and then it was still weird. It wasn't loading any posts, but I could listen to the space that I wanted to listen to. And then I saw our beautiful Vixie. Hi, Mike. You finished work early today. Good to see you. Vixie, there she is. Hi, Treacles. Then I saw Vixie in my space. Not my space, the space. I was like, it's so educational. I mean, I was raised by atheists, right? So I have almost no knowledge of anything organized religion, like nothing. This isn't a religious space, but the conversation goes there because we're fighting a spiritual war against the chosen ones, right? And so I've learned so much. I find it so invaluable, that space. And I was so happy to see you there, Vix. It's different all the time. I hope to see you back in there. What are we doing, guys? Someone's choking on pig's ear? I love that for us. Funny story about the dogs. I mean, is it funny? I don't know. Gross. So I've been really good with picking up, since I've done the gardening. Sidebar, got a weed this afternoon because I'm so good with watering that not only do the plants love it, but also the weeds, which are obviously plants, but they're unwanted. Anyway, so I've been picking up the dog poo as soon as they poo, right? Thanks, boobs. Soon as they poo. And hose the wee, although Buster is such a sweet boy. He quite often does his piddle. I don't know where Poppy, I guess she does too. He does his piddle over the grates. I told you that last week. Anyway, so I have, poo bags. Like when you take your dog to the walk, I have poo bags. And I can't be fucked putting them all out the front in the big bin all the time. So I make a little pile of poo bags. Delightful. Baby steps. And then I'll take them out there in bulk every few days. And so I got home and it was, I was tired, and I got home from work, first full week back at work. I'm tired, I'm old. And I walked in the door, and God, you know how we've got that thing where we don't eat poo, like nobody eats poo. Apparently, we do still eat poo. They must have been yearning for it. It would be like me finally going to McDonald's after all these months and going, "Oh, I love it so much, even though it's shit." All the poo bags, I think it was like five, which it could have been worse because the previous stockpile I had of poo bags was far more, but it was when I was still on holidays, right? And they'd ripped open the bags and there was poo smeared on the tiles. And I'm like, really, guys? Really? So we cleaned that up, and I was in a very bad mood that night. They really fucked with me eating poo because gross. Anyway, that's the whole story. You're welcome. Replay crew, hi. They're like, I'm not going to keep watching if this is what she talks about. Hey, Replay crew, hi. If you'd like to watch the live chat replay on your handheld device, your Android, your iPhone, your iPad, those things, all those things that aren't plugged in. Easy peasy. Go to the comment tab and there's a few little dots, top right hand corner. All you do is swipe left on the comment tab and it'll give you the option to watch the live chat replay as well as leaving a comment. Please leave a comment. We're so shadow banned. Hi, it's me. We're so shadow banned and that's fine. Subscriber numbers are falling and also that's fine because the trash takes itself out. And if it's YouTube unsubscribing, sorry, trash, you're not actually trash. But if you don't like what I'm saying, we don't want you here anyway, like seriously. But drop a comment. Tell us what your thoughts are on this episode. Right. Laura, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad everybody's here, but Laura is a distinct link to what we're talking about. Laura hasn't always lived in Tasmania. Am I right, Laura? But for the last couple of years, honestly, I have binged. I have obsessively, are you surprised? Hi, Bussy. Obsessively binged anything and everything I can from Paul Moder, who's the Wasp Files, whose stuff we'll be watching tonight, plus his interviews with like going on to other podcasts. Wow. We've still got at least 4 more episodes to go with this. It's very in-depth. And while a lot of the information he talks about in the interviews he does is replicated, he does it's been worth it because there are a few little nuggets have become apparent that maybe he hasn't spoken to in his own short videos. So we've part one and part 2 are linked in the description box, as is Paul's channel, The Wasp Files. It's called The Wasp Files Podcast. Now, so if you haven't watched part 1 and 2, go and watch them. Mike, I hope you did your homework. But his playlist, as he puts it out in chronological order, is a little piecemeal, right? So I listened to all of his stuff through the week, and then have been trying to, because it's ad hoc, I guess. So I've been, hi Washbar, good to see you. I've been then compiling it into my notes in my phone into various categories. There is some overlap. So tonight I thought, so part 1 and part 2, the first one was, frankly, probably not the most, the interview we watched in part 1 that Paul did with a Canadian guy probably wasn't the most ideal in terms of, no offense to the interviewer, but I don't think he necessarily interviewed super well. So then part 2 we watched, that was last week, Wendy Skur, her first, 2001 at the Inverell Forum, her first retelling or telling publicly in totality of her experience in Port Arthur on April 28th, 1996. So since then I've been like, I do not like short videos, right? I don't. I know YouTubers, people on watching YouTube prefer short stuff. Weirdos. But so a lot of Paul's stuff is quite short. And well, so we're going to be watching one longish one to start with, 38 minutes, then four short, like 7, 8, 9 minute videos that each video focuses on a particular aspect of the coincidences, the vast array, like an exorbitant number, a plethora of wild coincidental things, synchronicities, hi Poppy, if you will, that contribute to the official narrative that you either need to take and accept that nothing to see here, or you have to ignore. So last week was intense. I have got some even more intense stuff to show you, but including Wendy actually did a phone interview with Paul Moder, the Wasp Files. He's been on this since 2016, I think. So what's that? 9-10 years. We won't play that. I was just trying to work out how best to structure this, right? How we as a community work through Paul's resources, given how kind of ad hoc his own playlist is, and there's a lot of overlap. So there's a second interview from Wendy, which is short. The audio is tough because it's a phone interview. She's now passed away, sadly. What a woman! What a woman! Such an Aussie soul to the earth, Tassie woman. Oh, love! I'm so proud of her. And then there's another. Oh God, I think his name's Stephen Howard. His wife was killed on the day, and he survived. Hi, Nina. Good to see you. Buster Standard. He wants to go out. Bussy, come on now. Stephen Howard, I believe. That's in 2 parts. An in-person interview with Paul Moder, the Wasp Files. Poppy, please. So that's going to be one show, and I'm still working out how best to, and I think I'm going to put what I'm about to mention next into that same episode, which would be sort of survivors, victims. Buster, for goodness sake. Can you just wait 1 second? I don't think you really need to poo right now. So, obviously we know we're true crimers, right? Hi, Rach. Good to see you. We're true crime people. Obviously, police take videos of crime scenes. So, like one would hope, maybe not in Canton, but so the police did a training video, Taspol, Tasmania Police, in it's rather propaganda, including footage from the scene from the day. And it's out there, man. I watched it. It's got a full warning. You have to click all these things. The training video itself is about 27 minutes. Buster, please let me just finish my little rant. 27 minutes long. The footage, the imagery, the graphics of you see the victims, and they really do look like mannequins. From a confronting trigger warning point of view, I could cope okay with this. It's a lifetime. I read the Jack the Ripper book when I was like 7 or 8. I'm fine with this. But what the fuck? How did this get leaked? Somebody leaked it. So the footage of the victims, the people who were killed inside Broad Arrow Cafe is about 2 minutes long. So because the rest of the video is very it's important to understand the official narrative, if we're going to buy into this being a false flag and stick a pin in that, I'm going to come back to just clarify how I'm using that term. Thank you, Nina, for acknowledging that in DMs, by the way. So this training video, and I'll give you the warning when it's about to start, if and when we do watch it, and I think we will. It's 2 minutes and 10 seconds of footage from inside Broad Arrow Cafe. So if it's too much for you, I'll tell you when it's going to start. I'll tell you the exact time frame. I won't stop it while it's playing. And then if you want to step away and come back, because the whole video, the police training video, it is a puzzle piece, right? So, but I was like watching this going, what the fuck? Not struggling to come to terms with what I was watching, but the fact that I was able to watch it, like, what the fuck? So speaking of false flags, I guess kind of a 30,000 foot view for the term false flag. People assume, have you watched it too? I say, yeah, man. A false flag, people seem to think that would mean didn't happen. Okay, so this absolutely fucking happened. And frankly, I mean, I'm sus on whether Charlie Kirk's actually dead. I'm also I hate to say it, but I'm actually, man, I'm a little bit sus on Renee Good actually passing away. And I don't want to be disrespectful. if out of all of the potential false flags, 1 second, Bussy, of all of the potential false flags, i.e., the narrative we're given by the media, the people in power, media police and government representatives, false flag being, yeah, this happened. No, it's not saying it didn't happen, but is it the way they tell us it happened? Because fuck, man, around the world, I'm so far up to wait. And I've got more stories. Wow, are we ever going to get into this? Yes, we will. But I haven't spoken to anybody all week. Hi. My crew that I'm working with are amazing. But, they're working. I'm just... So Dunblane, 100%. Columbine. Lockerbie air disaster. The Christchurch massacre. The Lint Cafe. Bali bombing. The London Underground. Paris. I have a feeling that everyone... Boston Marathon. I don't think that any of those events were organic. I haven't dug very deep, but now that I can see the signs, there are so many, man. Vix, there are so many. Now that I can see the signs, it's like when you know what a narcissist game is, right? Or, yeah, I was going to... once you know the narcissist dealio, you can't unsee it. Maybe you need to broaden your understanding of all different kinds of narcissists. But once your eyes are open to that, they're open. False flags, man, these motherfuckers. So I don't think we'll get into it today, but I just want to go before I'll let Buster out. I'll put the video on. One more thing. So I've been trying to understand, like, come on now, gun control, even though Dunblane, gun control. And we've talked about in the chat, we've talked about in chat how power control, right? Wanting to control the population. We're going to do a whole episode on why and how this could have been carried out as far as being a false flag, like the mechanics of it, the actual logistics of it, but also why. But if you're wondering, because I hadn't made this connection yet, like one of the dot points in Agenda 2030 is disarming the population, right? So that when they put all their controls in place, and we are living this right now, yeah? Like, yeah? You all in America have got a different form of controls in place to what's happening in Australia and the UK. We're more looking at arrest and imprisonment. You guys are looking at ICE for everybody. What you allow your government to do to the brown and the black and the people of color, they will do to you very soon. It's been a week, 2 weeks. What the fuck? So it makes sense to me now. Agenda 2030 hasn't been, they didn't just think of that a couple of years ago. All of it. Like all of it. Oh my God, I'm losing my fucking mind here. I love you guys so much. So I think it does take a lot to get your head around the fact that the government, motherfuckers, any given government, US, UK, Australia, France, Italy, Germany, New Zealand, around the world, man. Yes, they don't give a fuck about the citizens, the people as the front pieces, so that Jacinda Ardern, Keir Starmer, Anthony Albanese, Donald fucking Trump, they are just puppets. They have been installed. And all of this has been in the works for a very fucking long time. So this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is checking boxes, pattern recognition, and being like intellectually honest and being okay with the fucking nightmare reality. And so what are we going to do about it? Like, I mean, I'm not just here to fearmonger you, but for us to be able to, I don't know, like rally. We have whatever rallying looks like for you. It doesn't need everybody, but it does need critical mass. It needs for all those, well, I don't know, like maybe I'm living in a world of just social media, like doom scrolling. I don't think so. This is very fucking real. And it, of course, most of society just rolls on. But do we, like, have you read 1984? Do we want to just roll on? Like, do we want to just roll on? I don't, I've got nothing to lose. So I'm happy to be the voice and the one at the front of the pack, the voice of the people, and whatever that looks like. I know a lot of you all do have stuff to lose. So, but even if it's just getting someone else to consider that the government, don't trust the government. Don't trust the government. Don't trust the media. Don't trust the influencers. Don't trust Nick fucking Fuentes. Tucker Carlson, suspicious. The controlled opposition people like Candace, Tucker, Alex Jones is like those people. Candace and Tucker have got serve a purpose, right? It's to open up the normies' eyes a little bit, but don't trust them. Never put anyone on a pedestal. Don't put me on a pedestal. Don't put anybody on a pedestal, like ever, 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 ever. Because that's how we get in this fucking play. Don't trust the government. Don't trust the doctors. Don't trust Hollywood. Don't watch Hollywood. Don't watch Netflix. I'm sorry, don't watch Netflix. It's mind control shit, man. How much of a rant has that been? Not even one of my longest. Hey, we're going to do another some more health is wealth spaces, but I want you all to really focus on what you put in your body. We don't really have chemtrails in Australia, like we don't, but you guys do. If you're not on Twitter, I need you to get on Twitter and start being boots on the ground. Like, that's the finger on the pulse of what people are actually talking about, right? Yeah, you've got to use your discernment. You've got to sort of pass out the kook shit, because there is kook shit. It's kind of cool. But in amongst that, and I'm not going into, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about Karen Reid bullshit. Like I did, and I do. She's innocent. I'm so proud of everything we did. The people, I'm sorry, but the people who are still watching that drivel are buying into the distraction that the government want us to. Like, come on now. Can you tell how I'm very passionate about this? I might still watch like some true crimey stuff. A bit of Stephanie Harlow, bit of Crime Weekly, love 1010. That's my downtime. Bit of murder for my downtime, because that's far less serious than what we're looking at. But I want you, health is wealth. I want you to get healthy. I want you to be. I know, like, don't eat their poisons. Don't take their poisons. Don't trust the doctor. Don't get your pets vaccinated. Don't get yourself. I'm sorry. I can't. And this is coming from me, who 6 months ago, if Colours or Brit said that, I would have gone, come on now. Obviously, we need to be vaccinated. Do not get vaccinated. No flu shots. No nothing. Nothing. None. What are we talking about? False flags? What? Mike. Exactly, Mike. 3 months. Thanks, sir. It's becoming a skill to screen info handed to us, right? You have to use your discernment now more than ever. I mean, Israel spent $900 million in 2025 on propaganda. You have to use your discernment. Never trust blindly. Now, Buster says, I need to poo. Don't you? Yes. Shall we put a video on? Now, I love you all very much. Thanks for coming to my hectic, stress out, spurge, crash out TED Talk. Hi, P. I know. Good. I don't see. I'm just like I'm mostly I miss. I'm Amos. Hi. Thank you. Sorry, I was way ranting. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Yay, new members. Oh my god, I missed you all so much. I was like, fuck, I need to talk to somebody more than just are you going to get crushed rock now? Or can I flag this off now? Fuck, a whole week. I haven't spoken to anybody. I love you all very much. Okay. Amos, you're in the drawer. Thank you so much. Welcome, new shorties. And now let me rein it in. Let me get off my fucking soapbox because slippery up here. Now, so 30 minutes. Holy shit, I must have needed to get that off my chest. Now we are going to, so remember I said, so topic reminder, shorty. So we've watched that first interview with Paul Moda, which was with that Canadian guy, and it was a little kind of all over the place, right? And a lot of new stuff for you all, right? Me even. I've got a lot more solidification and clarity in my understanding of the shit show that is the Port Arthur Massacre false flag. The second one was Wendy's account of that day and her absolutely valid grievances, reprehensible. So that's a little sort of like up here, like, right? It's kind of like up here, like particles in the ether. Let's come and bring it all in. And Paul, WASP files, links in the description box. I think this is 38 minutes where he basically just goes, this coincidence, this is weird. This is weird. This is weird. So, shall we? Let's watch that. Oh, my mouse. Oh! Y'all, my mouse pad arrived. Oh my God, I love it so much. It is so soft. The colors are beautiful. There are about 4 different designs. Strongly recommend. Like, I fucking love it. And I didn't fix my chair. Sorry about that. Still creaky. Now, let's do this. Share screen. You know, I do this every time. What is it? This one? Wait, let me just check. Is this? Yes, this is it. So this is called Was Martin Bryant the Perfect Patsy? I haven't got the right one. It was tricky to keep everything get them in my notes. I did go through this yesterday afternoon and make sure I had everything right. So let me just, can you see it? Yes. I love it. Oh, look, hi, it's me. Okay, I'll let Buster out because I think he's going to shit himself.
And false flag event as to who might have created. When you look at the many weird inconsistencies, anomalies, and strange coincidences of the mainstream narrative, I'm going to ask you all to put the overlay of this alternate narrative over the top of those. Then some of these things do seem to make a little more sense. Let's imagine that the event was a planned false flag event. As to who might have created this, we can only theorise that it might have been shadowy aspects of government, including intelligence agencies in league with rogue tactical police and possibly the SASR. So the plan is that they have someone chosen that they need to take the fall for something they wish to plan. And the idea is that Martin Bryant is groomed by rogue elements of the police in Tasmania and asked to take part in a counter-terrorism exercise, part of SACPAV. Welcome to the WASP Files. Some of this material may be distressing and viewer discretion is advised. By now, most Australians are very well versed with the mainstream narrative of the Port Arthur Massacre and the convicted perpetrator, Martin Bryant. Over the many years of my investigation into the tragedy and uncovering a multitude of inconsistencies, anomalies, strange coincidences, and unexplained...
I'm just dropping the link to this channel in the chat. I won't interrupt because he goes through a lot of stuff. This is really going to help us all start to get our head around how fucked this is, how inconceivably, literally unbelievable it is that that it went down the way the official narrative says it. So give him a subscribe. And if you want to, you can go and watch. I'm not going to play all of his stuff in our series. I'm going to play a huge portion of it. There is some sort of duplication of stuff. But yeah.
Events and unresolved questions, it has led me to question quite deeply the mainstream narrative. Tonight's episode then is going to be a departure from that. I would like to talk about what I will call the alternate narrative of the Port Arthur Massacre, as opposed to Martin Bryant being the sole gunman. I prefer the term alternate narrative as opposed to conspiracy theorist because...
How's my typo?
Personally, I find that term repugnant. So alternate narrative is simply an exploration of the possibility of a second story to Port Arthur. So I'm going to ask you all to theorise. Let's imagine that the event was a planned false flag event. As to who might have created this, we can only theorise that it might have been shadowy aspects of government, including intelligence agencies in league with rogue tactical police, and possibly the SASR, with their involvement being from a more military and professional engagement of a very highly trained and ruthless killer. Very much like the John F. Kennedy assassination, if we consider that Martin Bryant is in essence our Lee Harvey Oswald.
I'd like some legal representation. These police officers have not allowed me to have any. I don't know what this is all about. I'm just a patsy.
The appointed and chosen patsy, the person who was set up, who on the surface level of things seems perfectly capable and culpable of carrying out something like the Port Arthur Massacre, until you dig a little deeper into his character and his abilities and his disadvantages to consider whether or not that he was capable of doing this. So we're going to say that Martin Bryant was our chosen patsy, that he was looked at because he was known around the local town of Hobart, an unusual character, certainly socially dysfunctional, with attributes that people would consider to be strange and in some cases aggressive and potentially violent. He was a person that was purportedly of low intellect and limited abilities, and in that case, someone that could be considered to be very gullible and easily led. So Martin Bryant was watched, and perhaps the planning may have begun from when Barry Unsworth was famous for quoting that there will never be uniform gun laws in Australia until there is a massacre in Tasmania. This was the quote that the former New South Wales Premier, had quoted while storming out of a meeting when the federal government was trying to implement uniform gun laws throughout Australia. Also, prior to the Port Arthur Massacre, well-renowned anti-gun advocate Roland Brown also stated there will be a massacre in Tasmania. Perhaps the seed was planted. I've always said that gun control alone is too simple a motive for something as heinous as the Port Arthur Massacre. So if we apply the historical and worldwide global motivations by the less savoury of our human race, they are usually power, money, influence and control. So let's consider that people of that nature have decided for whatever reason to create the false flag of the Port Arthur Massacre, using perhaps the Hoddle Street shootings and the Queen Street shootings in Melbourne as precedent cases for something much larger, much more heinous and much more world engaging, if you like. But they need a patsy. So Martin Bryant, who at some point, despite his perceived fortunes of coming into a lot of money, and he had girlfriends as well, was having a lot of difficulties, very much from when he was a child, being brought up in
You know what?
Tasmania, and was exhibiting signs of
I have a feeling that this isn't, we'll keep watching it. This isn't the one I was thinking I was going to be playing. Like literally, I binged the whole thing. We'll keep watching because it works for tomorrow night anyway. And while we're watching, I'll find I think it is a shorter video. It's about 19 minutes. This is relevant because tomorrow night we're going to be basically focusing on Martin Bryant himself, including an interview with an inmate who shared a cell, like a unit with Martin Bryant back in 1999. So this is still helpful to lay the groundwork. And while we're watching, I'll just go and find the one I was actually wanting to play. You know me, I'm such a professional.
problems, serious psychological problems, and possibly some very complex issues such as an Asperger's syndrome and possible schizophrenia. So Martin is chosen, Martin is watched, and at some point Martin becomes quite isolated. The support mechanisms, of which he had very few in his life at the time, were removed from his life. His father had committed suicide, Maurice Bryant, which was a stabilising influence in his life to a great extent. He committed suicide. Martin's relationship with his mother was never very strong. And later on, he formed a very close attachment with the wealthy heiress Helen Harvey. They just hit it off. They had a love of animals and they shared a friendship. It was not an intimate relationship. And despite the issues regarding Martin's reckless behaviour, where he would pull down on the wheel when they were driving their cars and almost cause the car to crash, Martin, by all appearances, seemed to be very fond of Helen until an accident occurred, a head-on collision where she was killed and Martin was fairly badly injured in a car accident. So he lost another good friend in Helen Harvey. We now have a person who has, by accident or other means, inherited quite a lot of money in the tune of over $500,000. He also becomes fairly isolated, aside from having a few girlfriends, and has property and spends a lot of time up at a farm in Copping, and has the house in Clare Street in Newtown, which was provided to him by the heiress Helen Harvey. So Martin is a person who wants to be considered to be of worth, to be well regarded as a sophisticated person, and he, becomes very evident in flaunting his wealth around Tasmania, dressing quite outlandishly, splashing his money around, purchasing things and bragging about some of his purchases, and also trying to befriend people from the point of view of portraying himself as being a wealthy and sophisticated individual. This is a person that needs to see their own worth. There have been some reports from people like Wendy Skua, but we're considering just the notion that at some point he was very noticeable and chosen and watched as being a person who would be a perfect candidate to take the fall for the planned operation of the Port Arthur massacre. This would come initially from some of the local police. So the reports were that Martin was kind of taken under their wing, that he may have been groomed in essence and made to feel that, he was part of, something much larger than himself.
And I think he was going down to Port Arthur that day. From what I've gathered, he used to go with the police a lot. They used to take him down on exercises, right? They used to think he was so important. And no, that's what they've done.
Coincidentally, in the months before Port Arthur, I believe it was something like 5 months, there were SACPAV exercises that took place on the Tasman Peninsula. SACPAV was the Standing Acting Committee on the Prevention Against Violence, which in essence were counter-terrorism exercises carried out by tactical police and support mechanisms from the Australian Defence Force and even possibly the SASR, which are our highly trained professional soldiers. So SACPAV exercises were carried out, in fact, on the Tasman Peninsula in the months before Port Arthur. These exercises usually take place all over Australia.
I'm so confused. I think this is the one. Again, we'll keep watching, but if you're looking at me frowning, looking very confused down here in the corner of the screen, that's why, because...
So we know then at that point in time there would have been highly trained individuals working with police in the Tasman area. So the plan is that they have someone chosen that they need to take the fall for something they wish to plan. And the idea is that Martin Bryant is groomed by rogue elements of the police in Tasmania and asked to take part in a counter-terrorism exercise, part of SACPAV. And the idea is that they want him to play the part of the main man, the person who will play the part of Jamie, who is going to lay siege from a bed and breakfast in Tasmania, and that will help the police to conduct an exercise in how to overcome a siege situation in Tasmania involving firearms. He's told to keep this secret. Martin is permitted, of course, to purchase firearms, though he never had a licence. So there was a requirement in 1991 that in Tasmania you did have to have a licence to own firearms and be a fit and proper person. So despite the fact that the police confirmed Martin didn't have a licence, he was able to purchase high-powered firearms. Generally, we know this to be the Colt SP1 or AR-15 223 semi-automatic rifle, which was the main firearm that was used at Port Arthur, and a Daewoo 12-gauge semi-automatic shotgun. There were other firearms that were used at Port Arthur, but as we will dig into the alternate narrative, these firearms were not owned by Martin, but were provided to him to assist in the operation. So Martin is in a good place prior to Port Arthur. He has the girlfriend that he's been with for 3 months, Petra Wilmot. They are in love. Petra says that he's gentle and kind and looks after her. He has lots of money. He can travel overseas, which he does extensively, and he purchases some firearms, and he owns property. So this is a person you would think is in a pretty good place, despite the fact that he might have some social disadvantages and perhaps some psychological issues. So leading up to the 28th of April 1996, Martin is given the parameters of the operation in which he's going to take part, an exercise with his colleagues in the police force, one of which we shall refer to as Rick. So
I'm going to pause it and we're going to come back to this another time because that's part of the false flags thing. Friday afternoon, organizing my files was obviously a little bit scattered. So stick a pin in that. We'll come to that next weekend because that's laying out the whole false flag thing. It's 2 parts. My bad. So this is the one I was thinking of, Lisa. Let me just check. KKKKK. Hi, I'm a professional. Thanks. Sorry, first day. First day, not first aid. Now, I've skipped through the intro and I think, sorry, dirty pause, Mr. Moda. Yes, cute.
in presenting an investigation into a crime such as Port Arthur, detractors sometimes present the concept of Occam's razor, which is a psychological term designed to explain a certain circumstance. In essence, in the context of an investigation into something like Port Arthur, it would put forward the notion that if there is a determination made, that leaping to assumptions and conjecture about that determination basically takes you away from the truth of that determination in the first place. So Occam's razor is often used to discredit any investigation into Port Arthur. Opposing that is synchronicity, which is another psychological term that was coined by Carl Jung. The notion really that if there is an ongoing trail of synchronized events or circumstances that suggest an alternative outcome, that has merit and that could possibly lead to the notion that assumption therefore does carry water because of the notion that there are so many synchronized events indicating an alternate reality. Might sound a little bit confusing, but in the case of Port Arthur, there are a ton of coincidences or events and circumstances that you would consider to be synchronicity. So we're going to go through those. The famous quote at the time by the then New South Wales Premier Barry Unsworth that there would never be a uniform gun laws in Australia unless there was a massacre in Tasmania has often been brought up as an indication of possible foreknowledge that there was going to be a massacre at Port Arthur. Coincidentally, it could have just been an off-the-shoulder comment by a premier, because at the time there was a federal move to implement national gun laws. The only issue with that was that some of the states didn't want to fall in line with those directives, and so there was a lot of back and forward. Principally, the two states that had the most liberal gun laws at the time, which were Queensland and Tasmania, were in opposition to some of the requirements from the federal government. So
I'm just going to pause there because that reminds me. Nina messaged me and she was like, hey, she asked me whether 60 Minutes was a reputable provider of, were they a reputable franchise, I guess, in Australia? Media. I'm like, well, no. I mean, I don't believe anything. I generally won't watch documentaries because I don't like the editorializing. 60 Minutes, etc., Dateline, all of those things, right? They've got an agenda, and they present a story from a certain angle. The media was it will come to light throughout our Camp Shorty series on this event, that the media played a critical role and were privy to information far too quickly about Martin Bryant, and did some pretty skullduggerous things in terms of shaping public perception. We'll get to that in another episode. But the other thing Nina said to me was that she'd found a video or a number of videos, but she thought the one she sent me in particular was the most sort of credible, that Martin was quite a proficient shooter, like someone with weapons, with guns. And my response to, and I'm sorry, Nina, it was probably a bit short, I was racing around, but was that, and like back then, like when Martin was a kid, he's a bit older than me, he's 55 now, and particularly in Tassie, which is like still the wild west of Australia, relatively speaking. It was colonized by, for every 100 convicts, there were maybe 5 soldiers, very much the bushranger sort of outlaw thing that Lord of the Flies sort of place. It's still quite, apparently, obviously there's every area, every state, every city, every town has got its wrong side of the tracks. But it seems from my research that Tasmania is a little bit more so like that still. It's quite remote compared to the mainland. But so Paul Moder, Wasp Files, when anybody sort of says this, because people, there's been, people who knew Martin have said, he was a good shot. He used to have a slug gun, an air rifle, and shoot at birds and stuff, which shows he was cruel to animals. And actually, Paul would, like me in suburbia, a girl in the 70s and 80s. I didn't have a gun. I had no lifestyle for that. But in a more rural situation, kids back then, before gun laws and stuff, every kid had a slug gun, particularly the boys. And on their holidays they would shoot it, like doing boy stuff, boys in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And actually, so he was an okay shot, but there's varying accounts. But what happened inside of the Broadara Cafe, it's estimated it was less than 90 seconds, and these were kill shots. And you got to remember, Martin didn't have a gun license. There was someone who went into a gun dealership with a license that said Martin Ryan, but Martin Bryant didn't have a gun license. There's some allusions to MK Ultra, which is not surprising at all, and him being groomed by, the special forces in Tasmania from a young age, picked out, groomed for this very occasion, which is what MK Ultra is all about. Anyway, I just wanted to say that because, God, it was 400 years ago. Whatever Paul just said reminded me something about guns, something.
A premier stating something like, there'll never be any uniform gun laws unless there's a massacre in Tasmania, may have just been commenting on the fact that Tasmanians at the time loved their guns and Queenslanders loved their guns and that they weren't prepared to budge. Nevertheless, it is a coincidence. A very vocal gun advocate by the name of Roland Brown, also before Port Arthur, made the comment that there would be a massacre in Tasmania. So there are two examples where people that were predisposing that there may have been an incident that would occur at Port Arthur that would involve multiple deaths by firearms. Other coincidences, of which there were many, we all know about the famous morgue truck. Ray Charlton, which was one of the coroners at the time, in 1995 had commissioned the construction of a 22-person refrigerated morgue truck, the purpose of which was to transport any victims from any mass trauma event under refrigeration for examination by the coroner's office. At the time, there was incredulity about the construction of such a vehicle, given that at the time Port Arthur had, a very low number of deaths, and it was mentioned that Victoria and New South Wales, which had much higher death rates overall per state, didn't have such a vehicle. In fact, no other vehicle existed in any other state in Australia. Needless to say, after Port Arthur and after the massacre, very fortuitously, there was a 22-person refrigerated truck to be able to transport the victims to the coroner's office for examination. As an afterthought to that, you would imagine that if a vehicle was that beneficial to looking after the coronial requirements of a crime or an event, that it would be held onto, but that was not the case. After Port Arthur, the vehicle was advertised for sale. A notification was placed by an ex-police officer under the name C.W. Wright, who had advertised the vehicle as the vehicle that was used at Port Arthur to transport the bodies, even mentioning that it could be used for reenactment or film purposes. The vehicle did not sell, however, and the last reports were that the refrigerated component of the truck had been removed and placed on a trailer.
Jenny, yes. Hi, yes. Generally, Camp Shorty is Friday and Saturday nights in the States and Saturday, Sunday here in Australia. It is 12 o'clock midday on the dot here now. So we kick off 7 Eastern, give or take. I'm not great with time. On the US, 7 Eastern Friday and Saturday nights. And that's 11 in Melbourne. So it's... Yep, we've been going about an hour. Yep. So, so because I work full time. So this is when we do it. And with the time difference, there's no way for me to I work. And lol, before I hit play again, you know how I was like scouring all of the playlists to try and find the video I meant to play? It was queued up for second. So thanks. I'm totally a professional.
And that the whereabouts of that trailer haven't been known to this day. On the day, which was Sunday, the 28th of April, sunny Sunday afternoon at Port Arthur, there were some other interesting anomalies that occurred. One of which was that some of the main organisers and managers of the Port Arthur historical site, which was a government-run site, were requested to leave the site on that Sunday and pack an overnight bag so that they could basically have a convention off-site and a conference about the management.
So, did you hear that? This is one of the things I didn't mention when I've been waffling for the last couple of episodes. So not only was there I spoke to you about the journalist conference, right? So there was like 900 journalists, and when we watched that police training video, the leaked one, we'll see swarming with media. Very convenient. There was also in Hobart he probably will mention it, a convention or a training thing for trauma surgeons from around the world, I believe. Maybe it's the country, but definitely and so there was enough trauma surgeons in Hobart, the closest, city to Port Arthur, for this. And I don't think he speaks to it here, but Wendy Skur, in her phone interview with Paul, which we'll watch next weekend, mentioned this was the first ever time that all of the upper management was sent away for like a team building thing. He's talking about it now. I'll skip back a little. On a Sunday, mind you. So that's not really work hours. And you would think, being a tourist site, that Saturdays and Sundays would probably, particularly Sundays, would be the busiest day. But they're all sent away for a thing, like a retreat thing, to return the next Monday, the next day. Weird, huh? Like weird, huh? Coincidence? I don't know about that, man. Get the fuck out of here. Buster. I'm going to skip back a little bit.
One of which was that some of the main organisers and managers of the Port Arthur historical site, which was a government-run site, were requested to leave the site on that Sunday and pack an overnight bag so that they could basically have a convention off-site and a conference about the management of the site. This was to occur at 11 a.m. on that Sunday. So very conveniently and luckily for those people, some of the main heads of the Port Arthur historical site were not there on the day at the time that the massacre occurred. Similarly, in Hobart, there was a convention that was held, which was attended by quite a number of trauma surgeons from all over the country. The convention was to deal with the experiences of dealing with mass trauma events. So there was quite a number of highly respected and highly trained trauma surgeons who had attended that convention in Hobart, who were then on hand to be able to deal with the victims that were brought in from Port Arthur. In the same way, the Hobart Hospital had just implemented Code Brown. Code Brown was, once again, a protocol for the hospital to initiate in the event of an influx of mass trauma victims, so that the hospital would have a procedure and know exactly how to go into effect to take care of a large number of victims being brought in. Wendy Skur, who was an employee at the site and a pivotal person who's called for a coronial inquest into Port Arthur, had made notice of the fact that someone had ordered 200 army blankets to be delivered to Port Arthur prior to the massacre on the day. No one knew who had sent those blankets, but they were apparently stored at the site in the event that a large number of blankets would be needed.
Did you hear that? Somebody, it's mysterious. Wendy does go into it in a little more detail when the phone interview with Paul. Somebody ordered 200 army blankets to be delivered to Port Arthur just in time. We should make a checklist, right? We'd already have bingo. Fucking hell.
To be able to cover victims or people who were injured with. On the day, Wendy basically put the call out for those blankets to be utilised, and it took some time for somebody to try and locate those blankets. Once again, the origins of who sent them and who ordered them and why they ordered them has never really been known or discussed in court or in any kind of proceedings. There was also an unusual number of helicopters.
Pause. Sorry, Paul. Sorry to interrupt you, but it bears repeating. So when Paul just said this has never been discussed in any court proceedings or, inquests, no shit. because Martin Bryant was coerced, tortured, actually. Wait till we get to that episode. Tortured to elicit his confession. Very Richard Allen. But there was no inquest either. So all this stuff, unless you go through like Paul Moder has done, and like we're doing, and put them all into this and this and this and this and this and this and this. Like it never came up. The media didn't talk about it because they're all on the fucking take. Oh, wow. I literally cannot believe that I did not know about this until 2 weeks ago. What am I even doing?
Available on the day at Port Arthur.
See, but wait, actually, doesn't that, like me, I'm a true crime person, right? My whole life. I've always leaned towards I hate like alternative realities, conspiracy theories. Gross. I hate that term because they always end up to be not theories but realities. So I didn't know about this. I've listened to podcasts. I listen to Australian true crime stuff. Watch on YouTube. No wonder, right? Like you really.
Were generally, aside from some sites. There was also an unusual number of helicopters available on the day at Port Arthur. Helicopters were generally, aside from some sightseeing tours and things, a bit of a rarity. One of the police officers who was held at siege at Seascape and under fire from the gunman in the cottage, at the Seascape cottage, was lying on his back and remarking that the amount of helicopters that were circling overhead, he said, I always wanted to visit Beirut. So there was a large number of helicopters that were available, which were there to do everything from transport victims to the hospital, to be able to get aerial reconnoitre of the area and to, basically examine the site.
Jenny said this is heartbreaking. You know what? Beyond heartbreaking. So, yes, I actually, I have these moments often about various things. Oh my fucking God. I can't believe I haven't had a nervous breakdown in the last few months. But at the conclusion of me watching all of Paul Moder's stuff, I've watched every minute of the Wasp Files, a phenomenal resource. And I'm like, well, we'll definitely have to do a Martin episode because I feel like doing a Martin episode is almost like honoring the victim. I know that I know it's not the same. I know that 35 people lost their lives tragically, horrifically. But when I was pulling together the images for the thumbnail for tomorrow night's episode, and so I Googled, like I wanted to get some images of Martin Bryant. Oh, I'm probably going to cry. Like he spent the last think about what you were doing in 1996. Like, and to now, and the treatment he's been dealt we'll watch him tomorrow night, the episode, the interview with the inmate who knew him, Martin. And then 30 years and he's been tortured and isolated for 30 years. And then I pulled the photos of and there's like 4 mugshots over those 30 years. And I don't know, man, he's just got the most warm eyes. And he's gone from being, if you have a look at my thumbnail for tomorrow night, if you look, this young boy, he wasn't 29, but still, he like this young surfy guy, right, with blonde hair, fresh-faced, innocent looking. And then his mugshots throughout the years, and I had a big cry, like that. Ugh. For what? Like how dare they treat us, him, the victims, the survivors? You wait till you hear about the legal stuff. Like there was a clause written into, I think, Tasmanian law. in terms of employees of the government, that they couldn't sue the government. These people ended up getting payouts of $60,000 when they should have got $6 million. Like, fuck, man. Anyway, that it is beyond heartbreaking.
There was also a convention that was held in Hobart for over 700 journalists, which, once again, very conveniently, allowed for a huge number of press to be available to attend Port Arthur immediately during and after.
Sorry, Paul. Yes, Laura, when we do the media show, I might put the media one together with another, maybe the legal. I might do media and legal together because there's some legal videos as well from on the WASP files. But you wait, not just you wait. There's a whistleblower who worked at the paper. It's fucking mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. Sorry, I'll go back.
Once again, very conveniently, allowed for a huge number of press to be available to attend Port Arthur immediately during and after the massacre. These reporters were bussed into the site and were in many ways escorted onto what would really be construed to be forensic sites that should be.
When we watch that video, you'll see like it's like a school excursion. It's mind blowing. This copper, old school Aussie copper with the hats they used to wear, white with the. Anyway, you'll see. So 90s. It feels 80s, but whatever. Just like showing them all and saying you can take some photos of that. Take some photos of that. Here's a fun fact: the yellow Volvo, which is on the thumbnail of today's live stream, which had the surfboard on top, Martin Bryant didn't even surf.
Be kept clear during examination, in essence, trampling the evidence. But there were hundreds of journalists immediately available to report on Port Arthur, which was once again very convenient, trampling the evidence. But there were hundreds of journalists immediately available to report on Port Arthur, which was once again very convenient. Reports have also surfaced and been verified about a second Volvo that was in attendance at the site on the day. Now, the very highly recognisable signature vehicle that was owned by Martin Bryant, which was a early model yellow Volvo sedan, which was very easily recognisable by people and which was used to transport the gunman away both to Port Arthur, on the way to Port Arthur and away from Port Arthur towards the other crime sites like the toll booth, was identified and picked up by many people. There was also a second yellow Volvo, virtually identical to Martin's Volvo, which shortly after had also tried to exit Port Arthur. At the time it was observed, and even the owners of that vehicle were approached and told to be cautious about driving that vehicle anywhere near police in case the reports had gone out that the gunman was in a yellow Volvo and that their Volvo may have been mistaken. Now, once again, there are more than one vehicle that exist, and it's, of course, possible that someone could own another yellow Volvo and drive that on the day, but it, once again, is another coincidence that supports a synchronicity of events. In regards to other coincidences at the time, there was also, the coroner's office had also requested the construction of some refrigeration units, which were to be installed at the department for the coroner's office to be able to refrigerate a large area in case there was a need to store a large amount of bodies.
You need to remember Tasmania. I'll Google it. I wonder what Tasmania's population was at this time. I'll Google it because morgue truck with the capacity for 22 bodies was commissioned. It was made. And this, the coroner's office, we need more space for bodies, please and thank you. Why? Like, why? Let me Google it.
There was a report that was issued by the coroner's office where they basically said that this was very beneficial to the office, and whether it was a slip of the tongue, but the wording was that they said they were very pleased with the delivery of these refrigeration units in time, ready for the incident. Once again, could have just been a slip of the tongue, but it just is an odd way to basically acknowledge the pre-delivery of something that would then later on be used to treat the victims from Port Arthur. There are many, many more coincidences. All of these are on file and able to be accessed. And basically, though they may not necessarily prove that there was foreknowledge of Port Arthur, there are strong indications and many, many multiple occasions that suggest that there was some kind of pre-planning and perhaps pre-knowledge of what was to take place at Port Arthur on Sunday, the 28th of April, 1996.
Thanks, Paul. Love your work. Now, I just Googled it. It's actually more than I thought. No offense, Tasmania. I was expecting a lower number, but still, I probably should do some more statistical sort of gathering of data. But apparently in 1995 to 1996, there was about 446,443 people in Tasmania. Buster, come on now, man. You don't. But remembering, it just wasn't a thing. They didn't need these huge capacities. Somewhere like Victoria, Sydney, Melbourne would have been far more sort of justified in requesting such things. It was unusual. Pierce says, I don't think they sold the yellow one in the States. The yellow Volvo. We could check. Now, so that's the wrap up. Then we're going to watch a few of his little short videos, which go into some of the sort of the weird anomalies, weird shit from some of the. I think it's what is it? 1, 2, 3. Three shorter videos, and then I watched an interview. Yeah, Bussy coming. An interview just I was like, I've kind of finished all the Port Arthur content. I need more. And of course, my YouTube algorithm went, hey, here you go. And so then there's this really well done, really good interview, succinct with another. I guess he's probably. I don't know, Melbourne. Anyway, it's an Aussie guy, and it goes to, and there's a few more snippets of the same kind of stuff. It's a longer interview, so we'll watch the few little short videos, and then we'll go to that, and then, like I said, tomorrow night we'll be delving deeper into Martin, and listening to the interview with the inmate, which is actually not just only about Martin. Risdon Prison, which is the only prison in Tasmania, seems to be quite the hellhole, with a lot of corruption, a lot of staff shortages, and systemic abuse of inmates, life-changing shit, despicable shit. So so that all goes into, this is where Martin has been housed, based on a coerced. Well, I don't think his actual confession is on tape, but he pled guilty. But that was coerced, right? So let me just get this back. So this one's about So basically, wait, pause, boy, we'll talk. I'll give you a bit of a recap, because for me, I know this, and for Laura would know this, and I think Teresa also. So the gunman, whoever that may be, was in the Broad Arrow Cafe, had some lunch, went outside, said to somebody, one of the other people there, visitors, not many Jap tourists here today. And then he said, but a lot of wasps. So this is why it's called the WASP files, if you've been wondering. White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So this is important. When we do the false flag episode next weekend, it's hypothesized that the target for the massacre was actually the ferry that went to the Isle of the Dead. Remember we spoke about we talked about that last week, I think, the week before. I mean, one of the first two episodes. There was a ferry that was taking mostly American tourists over to the Isle of the Dead. In the yellow Volvo was found fuel cans, so flammable liquid, and fire matches, or a lighter. And the gunman in the Volvo went down to the ferry docking. It was supposed to be departing at 1:30 with all those American tourists on the boat, and got quite frustrated because the timetable had been changed for when the ferry was taking the people over from the main part of Port Arthur to the Isle of the Dead. And so but the organizers, Johnny Howard, didn't realize the timetable had changed. So when the gunman got to the dock to get on the ferry, one would suppose, to shoot 80 tourists as a full captive audience with nowhere to go because freezing cold water, Tasmania water is freezing, and children and stuff. So the plan, it seems, was more likely to be to shoot all those American tourists on the island, Isle of the Dead. Very symbolic, right? Which would have gone a lot further to having an impact on the United States in terms of a global event to shape global stuff, right? If we're linking it to the 2030 agenda. But then this gunman, when they became agitated, realizing that the ferry had already left, and so that the plan couldn't be. And so went to the cafe, had some lunch, and on the fly decided to change the plan and still run with something. And actually, one of the victims of the massacre stood up and said, "No, not here." And then the gunman shot that person dead. So if we're talking about a false flag organized event where there are operatives there, and there's more, because we're about to get into it now, and in that interview we're going to watch in a bit, there were many occasions where the gunman had interactions with people who either said something fucking weird like that, like, "No, not here." As in, "What are you doing, man? This isn't the plan. What are you going to, what? Too bad you're dead. Expendable." The next one that we're going to watch. So basically he had his lunch, went outside, said, thought there'd be more Jap tourists. I'm butchering it, the exact thing, but something about wasps. Went back inside and started firing. And in 90 seconds, 20 people dead. And then went out, and we've seen the footage of he went to the bus area, the tourist bus area. I think one person was killed inside a bus. He was very accurate with his firing, shooting through windows. Sorry, through one bus to get victim a passenger in another bus. And I've seen that person on that police training video. Oh, the terror. And then made his way up to where the yellow Volvo was parked, which was at the toll gate. So, and there were 4 people sitting in the yellow Volvo, 2 men, 2 women, front seat, back seat, having a conversation. Witnesses witnessed this and relayed it afterwards. One of the people in that yellow Volvo was the gunman. That he and the passenger in the front seat, also a man, got out of the car. The gunman still didn't have the weapon. They were having a conversation, which turned into an argument. The gunman went to the Volvo. So, and there was already a mother and two children, her two daughters, 6 and 3. I've also seen those images. Was shot at the toll gates where this car was, like, just then, before this conversation. He shot these people, the family, the mother and 2 children, and then sat in the Volvo with these people. They had an argument, an altercation, and then the gunman shot this person who he'd previously been chit-chatting with, who'd just seen the murder of a mother and 2 children. And then he got the woman who was in the back seat out of the car and shot her. And then, the other one, I'm butchering that a bit. He goes into it in the interview. So, right. So what we're going to watch now is the weird shit from the toll booths. So that's the chain of events, right? This is why Stream Elements refuses to say that I'm a professional. Hey, Junior, good to see you. Thanks for being here. One of my Twitter friends. Good people over there on Twitter. That's my adjacent community, is the truther community. Let me see. What am I doing? Professional. So this is the toll booth. No, yeah, toll booth. Weird shit.
So there are some salient questions that need to be answered about the shooting that took place at the toll booth. What was Robert Salzman and Helene Salzman doing seated in Martin Bryant's yellow Volvo with the gunman having a conversation? Remember, they were not at gunpoint. Why did they not run into the bush on either side of the road?
God damn, you
Why
can't
did they
see
not
that.
try?
Totally not a professional. FML. One day, like, it's been almost 2 years, Chad. One day I'm going to be good at this.
Some salient questions that need to be answered about the shooting that took place at the toll booth. What was Robert Salzman and Helene Salzman doing seated in Martin Bryant's yellow Volvo with the gunman having a conversation? Remember, they were not at gunpoint. Why did they not run into the bush on either side of the road? Why did they not try and grab the firearm when they were accosted once the argument had taken place? Welcome to the WASP Files. Some of this material may be distressing, and viewer discretion is advised. There were some odd occurrences during the Port Arthur massacre that were never explained during the pre-trial hearing or in the many years afterwards. One of these is the shooting that took place at the Port Arthur toll booth, which was at the entrance to the Port Arthur historical site. This involved the Cheock family. The Cheocks had travelled to Port Arthur on the day. In the vehicle was Nicholas Cheock, his mother Frida, and her work colleague Deborah Ray, who also had a young child with her, Ashley, who was in a child seat. They had approached the toll booth with the intention of entering the historical site. When they arrived, they discovered that both access roads were blocked by vehicles. In the incoming lane on which they were travelling, the lane was blocked by a gold bronze BMW with 2 occupants sitting in the vehicle. The vehicle was not running and the vehicle was not travelling, it was simply parked. In the outgoing lane from the Port Arthur historical site, about 6 metres back at the rear of the BMW was Martin's yellow Volvo. The Cheocks described that seated in the yellow Volvo, in the front driver's seat, was a blonde-haired male. Next to him, in the passenger front seat, was a woman, and in the rear of the yellow Volvo was another male. Sitting in the front seat of their vehicle, Nicholas Cheock had a very clear point of view of the altercation that was taking place on the road ahead of them. At some point, Robert Salzman exited the rear of the yellow Volvo and stood, waiting. The blonde-haired male exited the front driver's side and approached him, and they were quite close together and having a conversation which lasted for approximately 3 minutes. Nicholas Cheok describes the gunman as being approximately 6 foot with long blonde hair wearing a dark coat. There is no firearm present during this conversation at this point. The conversation soon developed into an argument, and it was noted with some concern that the rest of the vehicle's occupants, which was Deborah and Frida, had noticed that the men were arguing, and Deborah replied, "There's something wrong, they're arguing, maybe we should go." The blonde-haired male then walked around to the rear of the Volvo and retrieved a rifle, which Nicholas Cheok described as being a Schwarzenegger-type gun, maybe a shotgun. It's wise to remember at this point that when the Volvo was investigated after being abandoned at the toll booth, in the boot of the Volvo was the Daewoo 12-gauge semi-automatic shotgun, which has some similarities in appearance to the Colt SP1. However, it's a much bulkier and larger firearm. Nicholas described the rifle as being greyish in colour with black components to it, which in some ways very much marries up to the 12-gauge Daewoo shotgun. However, Gerard Dutton's ballistics report on the Port Arthur shooting does not mention shotgun being fired at any point. The argument continued, and then the blonde-haired male lifted up the firearm and fired at close range into Robert Salzman's chest. Nicholas Cheok described his chest as caving in before he collapsed to the road. Russell Pollard then exited the driver's side of the parked gold BMW and walked over to where the gunman was. There was a short conversation before the gunman shot him as well. The gunman then walked...
So just think about that. So a shotgun, I presume a shotgun blast is extremely fucking loud and traumatic. I can also assume that if you are standing close enough to someone who's just been shot in the chest with a shotgun at relatively close range, conversational distance apart, that's going to be a gruesome fucking sight. And if you are not involved in this in some regard, are you walking up to the gunman to have a little chit chat, or are you driving the fuck out of there? Come on now. Come on now.
Around to the front passenger side of the Volvo and dragged out Helene Salzman and shot her on the side of the road. Following the shooting of Helene Salzman, the Cheoks had rapidly reversed their vehicle to escape the scene of the shooting. We later discovered that the shooter had also dragged Mary Nixon from the front passenger seat of the BMW and shot her as well and left her by the side of the road before commandeering the BMW and driving onwards towards Seascape.
I'm sorry, I've only listened to this because, you know me, that was actual footage just then.
So there are some salient questions that need to be answered about the shooting that took place at the toll booth. Remember that just a short distance down the road towards the Port Arthur historical site, the gunman had shot and murdered Nanette Mikak and her two young daughters, Alana and Madeleine, by the side of the road. Anyone situated at the toll booth would be clearly aware that there was an armed assailant who had opened fire and murdered civilians. So one of the questions was, why was the gold BMW parked in the incoming lane of the entrance at the toll booth to the Port Arthur historical site? Why hadn't it driven away? The other question was, what was Robert Salzman and Helene Salzman doing seated in Martin Bryant's yellow Volvo with the gunman having a conversation? Remember, they were not at gunpoint. Why did they not run into the bush on either side of the road? Why did they not try and wrestle the firearm from the gunman if it was in the back seat? Remember that Robert Salzman was seated in the rear seat with the gunman. And why did they not try and grab the firearm when they were accosted once the argument had taken place? Martin Bryant's yellow Volvo was left by the side of the road. The rear passenger window had been shot out, and located in the boot of the yellow Volvo was the 12-gauge semi-automatic Daewoo shotgun, some ammunition, and what was also discovered in the Volvo conveniently was Martin Bryant's passport. If you recall, when Terry McCarthy was speaking to Jamie, who was the role that Martin Bryant was playing when he was on the phone to the police negotiator, Jamie rattled off the passport number and he said, "I remember it because I travel so much." So this, of course, conveniently then identified him as being Martin Bryant because his passport was in the yellow Volvo, was discovered there.
Where else have there been passports miraculously linking the false flag perpetrators of the crime to the crime. 9/11.
After the shooting. As we know, the commandeered BMW continued on its way to Seascape, stopping at the service station where Glenn Pearce was kidnapped and forced into the boot of the BMW and his girlfriend shot and killed. The BMW then made its way down to Seascape, and there was a shooting by the entranceway to the cottage, which took place by an individual firing upon vehicles that were travelling to and from the Port Arthur historic site on that road. These questions need to be answered, as well as many other oddities that surround the Port Arthur massacre. And without an inquest and without an open trial, they remain once again a mystery. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Now, you still with me, chat? Next. So Seascape, so the cottage, the siege. Sorry about that. So after what Paul just said, after the gunman commandeered other vehicles, that person got themselves to the cottage, Seascape Cottage. It was called the Pink Palace. It was pink. It's got a pink roof, I think. It was a bed and breakfast, and that's where the siege occurred. Where Special Operations Group, interesting, knew very quickly that that's where he was holed up. He, the gunman, Martin Bryant, even though the person in the siege was calling himself Jamie. But the passport number that Jamie referred to was Martin Bryant's. Jamie was Martin. So the next video is talking about weird shit from that.
Very quickly, the call went out that the gunman who had apparently shot up the Port Arthur historic site was now laying siege from the Seascape cottage. Once night fell, the Special Operations Group were encroaching upon the property, and they were spotted by the gunman who was calling himself Jamie. There was a conversation where he said, "I could see one of your boys coming up on the northeast corner, and I've got this scope, and he's going to shoot your main man." So there's some question as to how the shooter managed to obtain a night vision scoped rifle and why he did not shoot the police. If we're talking,
I'm just pressing pause to say my StreamYard chat has frozen. That's why I just said you all still with me, because I haven't seen any comments I just went on to the actual, for like 8 minutes, my StreamYard chat hasn't moved. So I won't be able to pull up your comments on screen, but I've opened my chat on YouTube. I was just like, where are they? Hi, Lainey, by the way. Michael Green Chili Chicken's here. Hi. I wasn't ignoring you guys. I was feeling like maybe you'd all left me. So I won't be able to pull up your comments on screen. However, let's keep going. So I'll forge on with more confidence, because I was like, are we still live or?
talking about a person that went down to Port Arthur and basically killed men, women and children, why would he not shoot the police? Police were shot at, but there were no police officers that were injured or killed as a result of the siege at the Seascape cottage.
Still not. Oh, it's fine. StreamYard's drunk.
Welcome to the WASP files. Some of this material may be distressing, and viewer discretion is advised.
So now that I know, now that I'm watching rather than just listening, it will be the death of me, I swear. Bad choice of words. Just know that there are some still images of actual victims of this event. on the screen. And I'm sorry I didn't realize because I only listen. I have watched that training video though, so I know that when I see the images on screen now, that's what I'm seeing. We're fine. You're fine.
The Seascape Cottage, which was a pleasant little pink-coloured Airbnb cottage that was down near the water's edge, some kilometres from the Port Arthur historical site, was always intended to be,
now it's
if you
moving.
like, the main headquarters for the planning and initial assault on the Port Arthur historic site itself. The cottage was owned by two elderly owners, David and Sally Martin. Martin Bryant had had some interactions with them. There's a lot of reports that there was a grudge there. Martin's father, Maurice, firstly, had wanted to purchase some property that the Martins owned, and that he was not given any permission to do that, and that had made him depressed and consequently may have contributed to his suicide many months later. Martin Bryant...
Okay, now, I've been like, why does anyone... These motives that they put forward, they being the official narrative, put forward to us, often seem a little thin, right? A little paper thin. And sometimes that comes through in a PCA, probable cause affidavit. Shout out Delphi. But so the motive apparently for Martin, that it's alleged for Martin Bryant to have carried this out, was that he was angry because the owner of the Seascape Cottage hadn't sold him some land. Now, I think it's been briefly mentioned, but Martin came into a sizable inheritance. We'll cover this. I think I've got it for tomorrow night. But from an heiress to the Tattersalls, which is a lottery family, I think, in Australia. And he'd befriended her, just friends. It was platonic. And she died in a car accident that Martin was in the car with also. And she left him, she didn't have any children. She left him her some property, the house he lived in Newtown, the house that the media went to, and somehow with a police escort managed to find a photo of Martin to be able to get it up there on the papers the next day, altered, edited, photoshopped. But so the motive apparently is that Martin was angry that this guy, the owner of the B&B Seascape, wouldn't sell him some land or a property. So he was mad about that. So then he went on a rampage, out of character. Okay.
Also, once he'd inherited quite a lot of money, had made apparently an offer to buy the Seascape Cottage, and been told, doesn't matter how much money you've got, Martin, we'll never sell it. This is all unsubstantiated. It was put out there to basically explain that the reason why the Martins were killed and their Seascape Cottage was used as the location for the siege that took place after the massacre at the Port Arthur historic site was because that Martin had a grudge against the owners, and apparently had described them as, Sally Martin, as one of the meanest people that I've met. Once again, this has to be determined. It's all very well to make these kind of claims, but without a coronial inquest and an open trial and a detailed examination of these events, and even speaking to the convicted perpetrator himself, Martin Bryant, we'll never know for sure. But the fact remains that at the beginning of the massacre that occurred on the 28th of April, 1996, apparently the Seascape Cottage was the site of the first two murders. Neighbours nearby had tendered witness statements that between 10:30 and 11 a.m. they had heard shots emanating from the vicinity of the Seascape Cottage. This was not considered to be unusual because, being a rural community, many people own firearms and, people would shoot rabbits and so on. but neighbours had reported that between that time frame there were shots that had come from the seascape area. This has been reported as evidence that Martin Bryant had attended the seascape cottage and shot the two owners and then set the cottage up in preparation for the final siege that would take place after the rest of the assault had taken place at the Port Arthur historic site. In terms of the firearms that may have been either transported to the seascape cottage or already been in existence there is a lot of mystery and confusion about that. Glenn Martin, who was the son of David and Sally Martin, reportedly owned firearms and used to shoot beer cans off his boat in the bay. Purportedly, he had an SKK or an SKS semi-automatic rifle and perhaps other firearms as well, but that hasn't really been determined. All that they know is that once the siege had ended at the seascape cottage, there were firearms that were recovered burnt in the wreckage other than those owned purportedly by Martin Bryant, and that there was something like 17 firearms that were found incinerated in the ashes of the fire. But Seascape Cottage presents somewhat of a mystery. There are some oddities concerned with the activities that took place both before the Port Arthur shooting and after, during the activities of the siege. So in the morning, following the reports of the gunshots that were heard from the Seascape Cottage, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, who were a tourist couple, had apparently pulled into the drive at Seascape. They tendered witness statements because they wanted to have a look inside the cottage. It was such a pretty location and they were considering staying there. They wanted to have a look at it. They reported that a young blonde-haired male had exited in a somewhat agitated state, and they asked whether they could attend the interior of the cottage, and he said, "No, you can't. My girlfriend's sleeping. You should go away. I reckon you should go away." They were concerned enough by his behaviour to withdraw. They did state that there was a yellow Volvo parked in front of the cottage as well. So there was a witness statement that a blonde-haired male was present at the Seascape Cottage prior to the Port Arthur shooting and had acted in such a way as to prevent them from gaining any further access to the interior of the cottage. Following the reported incidents at the cottage, we know that the gunman then drove down supposedly along the access route, stopping at various points along the way before ending up at the Port Arthur historic site where the mainstay of the shooting took place, before commandeering the gold BMW after shooting the occupants and making his way back to the Seascape Cottage. The BMW was driven onto the Seascape property with a hostage in the boot who had been kidnapped at one of the nearby service stations. That hostage, supposedly, according to police reports, was brought into the Seascape Cottage and handcuffed to the stairrail. There were reports that vehicles that were travelling down towards the Port Arthur historic site were fired upon from the driveway entrance of the Seascape Cottage. There was some indication that at least 4 or 5 vehicles were fired upon, with people being injured, vehicles being immobilised. And there were reports that the shooter was a blonde-haired young male. There was also one report that the shooter appeared to have mousy-coloured hair with a beard and wearing a flannelette shirt, who had also fired upon vehicles. What happened then was that
So that's a bit weird.
once the aftermath of the Port Arthur shooting had taken place and the time frame was that they were entering into the later afternoon, because the shooting took place at 1:30 p.m, that police had received reports of burning vehicle at Seascape, and that also that the shooter had fired from the side of the road on vehicles. There were 2 police officers that were the first on the scene at the Seascape Cottage. These were Constables Paul Hyland and Constable Gary Whittle. They approached the Seascape entrance and made witness statements that they had seen the BMW, which was parked on the grounds of the cottage, on fire and emitting smoke, quite a large column of smoke. They were fired upon from an individual or individuals in the cottage and then withdrew to safe vantage points where they still had the ability to observe the property, but at a safer distance rather than being in clear sight of whoever was shooting at them. Very shortly after A special operations group officer by the name of Andrew Fogarty had attended. They were surprised at how quickly he had arrived on the scene. And there was basically an attempt to block the access roads to prevent any further civilians or vehicles driven by being shot at. Very quickly,
So no one really knows how the police knew, and SOG, Special Operations Group, and Tactical Response, basically, how they knew Martin was here, right? How did they know? Well, a journalist was calling around all the local places, an out-of-towner, just like cold calling to see whether anybody had any information, trying to get a story, right? After the initial massacre at Port Arthur, at the historic site. And and Martin apparently answered the phone. I can't recall whether he gets to it in this video. I think he gets to it in the interview, and then she called the police. But they arrived very quickly, right? So this was much later, after the massacre happened at 1:30 p.m. very quickly, and but he didn't announce it. So how did they know? How were they there?
call went out that the gunman who had apparently shot up the Port Arthur historic site was now laying siege from the Seascape cottage. So the activities of the police, who had remained sequestered at Turana for something like 6 hours before they attended the shooting scene at Port Arthur, were now converging upon the Seascape cottage as the potential location for the shooter. Pat Allen was another police officer who also attended and very quickly became fired upon by somebody from within the cottage and had to take refuge next to his vehicle, and bullets apparently were striking the front bonnet of the car, close enough for him to consider that to be dangerous. For quite a while, Constable Pat Allen was pinned down in a culvert along with other officers while they were being fired upon, and there were reports that bullets were quite close to them, whizzing through the air and striking vegetation behind them. So in essence, the police were pinned down. This is the constables that had attended the scene. There were reports also from some of the oddities from the siege, which once again to this day have never been explained. Both constables Gary Whittle and Paul Hyland reported a naked, dark-haired, screaming female running between the guest house and the cottage. Now, this person has never been identified, and given that the police reports and in the court pre-trial hearing, Damien Bugg basically suggested that the Martins, who were an elderly couple, Sally Martin had greying hair, were shot sometime earlier in the morning between 10:30 and 11, then the identity of the naked, dark-haired, screaming woman has never been determined. Who that was, we don't know, but it was clearly evidenced and in witness statements by those two constables. So that was one of the odd occurrences.
Now on that, I don't know why he didn't mention it here, unless it's come to light since. When was this? When did he release this? This is 6 months ago. I've since heard him say, and it may well be in the interview we're going to watch, but that that apparently Petra was there with him. And I can't remember the full story, but remember how he said to those, the person at Seascape said to those people who wanted to have a look around, no, you can't come inside, my girlfriend's sleeping. Oh, I know what the thing was. When he was in the ambulance, Martin, because he came out, we'll get to it, he ran out on fire. So the theory is that Martin was supposed to. So the theory is that they were going to kill these people were going to kill Martin at the Seascape after the original plan, that Isle of the Dead plan, had eventuated. That either a chopper or a boat was going to take Martin's body to the island and leave him there and pick up the actual gunman, having left 80 WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, American tourists, dead on the island, or if that had not worked, burned alive on a ferry that he'd set alight with all that flammable stuff. But because that plan fell through because of the changed timetable of the ferry departure from the dock, suddenly they had to work out an alternative plan. So Martin, where the witness testimony is that when Martin came out and pulled off his burning clothes, which were black clothes, like tactical response type clothes, rather than the pale, like jeans colored or grey or blue light colored pants and a dark coat, Martin was wearing full black when he ran out of Seascape on fire. His back was on fire and he took off his clothes and rolled around. Apparently he was sounding delirious, like off with the pixies. So the theory is that they were hoping that he was, that they drugged him, that they then set the cottage alight, and expected him to die, but except that he woke up and ran out, drugged but alive, and here we are. So when he was taken in the ambulance, Martin, for treatment for his burns, and he asked the paramedic, "Where's Petra?" And they're like, "What do you mean, where's Petra?" And he goes, "She was inside." And they're like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, we do everything together," because Petra was his fucking handler, right? So this all ties into MK Ultra. We'll cover this tomorrow night, because tomorrow night we're going to listen to the psychologist who an interview with him, a prison psychologist, right? And he straight out says, yeah, Petra, the girlfriend, the 3-month girlfriend, was Martin's handler. So long way to get to. I don't know why Paul didn't mention it here, but that woman running out of the, and I posited this in our very first stream about this. I'm like, I think that chick was Petra, and I hadn't gotten to this snippet when I said that. That Petra was there in the cottage, and that she did run out screaming. I don't know why. If she was a handler and if she was in on it, I don't know there, but like, makes sense, huh? Makes sense. But because there was no inquest, and the media was on board. And because you're in Australia, and particularly in Tasmania, it's deemed disrespectful, same as talking about 9/11. It's deemed disrespectful to the victims and the survivors and their families and the first responders to talk about this. Don't, let sleeping dogs lie. Don't bring it up again. Why talk about it? He's in jail. They got him. He confessed. No, man.
Occurrences that hasn't been explained. Very quickly, the Special Operations Group, some of which had been flown in from the mainland, had come from New South Wales and Victoria, and teamed up with the Tasmanian Special Operations Group, had formed a perimeter around the Seascape cottage. And basically, we were very aware and reporting that there was multiple shots being fired from the cottage. The interesting notion of that is that there were police reports initially that there were multiple shooters. There were reports that different firearms were being discharged at different times and from different locations, that lights were being turned off and on, this is when it got darker, from the Seascape cottage. And of course, this could be a tactic to give the impression that there were more than one shooter in the Seascape cottage. But further events seem to suggest that there was more than one shooter. I spoke at great length to Terry McCarthy. Terry McCarthy was the police negotiator that was called in to try and make contact with the shooter at the Seascape cottage. Prior to his engagement, a journalist had, just on the off chance, contacted the Seascape cottage trying to get information about what was occurring in Port Arthur. And the phone was answered by someone who was calling themselves Jamie. They were responding in a sort of an unusual and taunting way, and then finished off apparently the conversation by saying, "If you call again, I'll shoot the hostages." This reporter then passed that information on to police, and then a phone line was established so Terry McCarthy, police negotiator, could talk to the occupant of the Seascape cottage that was holding siege and firing upon the police. Terry confirmed to me, and he said in witness statements as well, that the conversation he had was with an individual who called himself Jamie. And it was an odd conversation. He said he wasn't acting like someone who had just taken part in a mass shooting. He said the conversation was weird. At one point he said it was like he was reading from a script. There are transcripts of that full conversation. I have some of those. But also there are audio recordings of the telephone conversation between Jamie and Terry McCarthy.
Oh, hello. It's Terry again. How are you? I'm fine. How's things going in there, mate? Fine, couldn't be better, just like on a Hawaiian holiday.
Hawaiian holiday?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean by that.
I don't know myself, no.
And one of the interesting aspects of that was that whilst Jamie was talking to Terry, he was saying, I'm going to make a cup of tea and some sandwiches for the hostages, and I've got to go because the kettle is squealing downstairs, having an amiable conversation about, in essence, taking care of the needs of the supposed hostages. Remember at this point that Glenn Pearce had been supposedly taken into the cottage and handcuffed to the stair railing. Whilst this conversation was taking place, clearly there are gunshots that are heard in the background.
I'm making up some sandwiches. These people have got salad and some bacon and
Right.
and eggs. I'm going to fry up some bacon and eggs for them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I've got to go because this kettle's squealing downstairs, and I'm making a cup of tea now for the hostages.
There was something like 20 gunshots. These were described.
Hi, Salty. Good to see you. A script he doesn't understand. And remember, don't forget, this man-child, IQ of 66. When we do the false flag episode, Paul lays it out in meticulous detail, his hypothesis as to what actually happened and how it all went down. Did you hear that shot? They claimed that they were coughs. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and we'll listen because you can hear the shot. It's right.
In the background.
So listen.
I'm making up some sandwiches. These people have got salad
Yeah?
and some bacon and
Right.
and eggs. I'm going to fry up some bacon and eggs for them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I've got to go because this kettle's squealing downstairs, and I'm making a cup of tea now for the hostages.
There was something like 20 gunshots. These were described and explained away by the police as being coughs in the transcripts.
Wilder.
And as you can see by the panel, there are quite a few of these. They were later independently verified to be shots from an SKS semi-automatic rifle. So somebody was shooting whilst Jamie, who was Martin Bryant, supposedly, was having an amiable conversation with the police negotiator. It's an odd interaction, but the gunshots can be clearly heard. There were reports by some of the Special Operations Group snipers that had taken up positions around the cottage that at one point they could see a blonde-haired male on the roof of the cottage who was stationary, and this occurred whilst there were other shots being heard, that person was literally lying prone on the roof of the cottage. Later there were reports that helicopters that were flying over the Seascut cottage had been fired upon and were advised to divert away. But some of these snipers had the shooter in their sights. They were asking for permission to engage and were not given that permission. Reports by Special Operations Group sniper Sierra was that he had the shooter in his sights and asked for permission to engage, and apparently the directive came back, do not engage, this has to happen. Apparently, and it's yet to be confirmed, that 2 Australian federal police officers resigned after hearing that call. Some of the command police were basically explaining that they felt the situation was too dangerous for them to be able to storm the Seascape cottage, and that they were concerned about hostages, hence the direction not to engage and basically neutralise the shooter, which I consider to be an unusual direction, given that if the person was clearly identified as being a solitary gunman from the Port Arthur historic site, that if they had the chance to take him out, that should have occurred.
Interestingly, the Lint Cafe, do you remember you all in America? I'm sure it made news anyway. We had in Sydney, a Lint chocolate. Also, don't buy Lint dark chocolate. There's bad shit in there. Nothing's left. Anyway, apparently same. Apparently before all of the people were shot and killed in the Lint Cafe siege, one of the tactical response people had a clear line of sight and was told not to shoot, and he actually sued the government, the police, something, because because he could have prevented that, but he was given a stand down order. Very fucking suspicious.
There was another report from the sniper that they were seeing a silhouetted figure through the mesh screen of one of the doors and had the opportunity to once again engage and neutralise, and did not do so. So this occurred into the night. An unusual development was that once night fell, the Special Operations Group, some of which were dressed in black, were encroaching upon the property, and they were spotted by the gunman, who was calling himself Jamie in Seascape. And Jamie was saying that he could see them, that he had, in essence, night vision equipment on a rifle that he had. And he could see, there was a conversation where he said, I could see one of your boys coming up on the northeast corner, and I've got this scope, and he's going to shoot your main man. Can you tell him to move back? Terry McCarthy was on the phone and said, yes, we don't want anyone shot. We don't want to hurt you. I will call him back.
Yes, hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Jamie. Yourself?
Well, I'm well up till now, in the past few 20 seconds. What I've actually found out, man, is that one of your boys is right outside, northeast, I'd say, with an infrared scope. Will you just ask him to move on?
Oh, we'll do that. We'll do that now.
He's going to shoot, he's kind of shoot, he's going to shoot the main man.
So there's some question as to how the shooter managed to obtain a night vision scoped rifle and why he did not shoot the police. If we're talking about a person that went down to Port Arthur and basically killed men, women and children indiscriminately with impunity, why would he not shoot the police? Police were shot at, but there were no police officers that were injured or killed as a result of the siege at the Seascape cottage. Given that he had night vision equipment, that is quite unusual because he certainly had the resources to be able to do so. There were other incidences where the communication between Terry McCarthy and Jamie had some interesting observations. Jamie was referring to someone else in the cottage by the name of Rick. Rick has often been the name that has been used to accuse Tasmanian Special Operations Group Michael Rick Dyson, who was a police officer I've spoken to quite regularly in regards to the claims by many that he was the second shooter at the Seascape cottage, or one of the shooters at Seascape cottage. A claim which he, of course, vehemently denies, but he was accused of being Rick. Jamie went on to say to Terry McCarthy that he knew Rick well, that he'd shot with Rick, and that he knew Rick's wife. He also mentioned to Terry McCarthy that Rick's wife was high up above your position. And Terry McCarthy had replied, what do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean by that. And he said, you know, in intelligence, which is an unusual thing to say. So
Isn't it?
The role, if you like, that the gunman seemed to be playing was that there was additional people in the Seascape cottage with him, and that one of these was a person called Rick. One of the young police officers apparently at the command centre was overheard these conversations and was asked, who's Rick? And was told, no, Rick's the hostage. So there is confusion about who was in that cottage and supposedly who the...
Sidebar, Rick has since there's a whole like short 9 minutes, we won't watch it, video that Paul's got on his playlist talking about this Rick guy, Michael Rick, whatever his name was, who vehemently denies that he had any involvement in any of this. And he's since gone on to write a book about cyberbullying. Like, how dare you? How dare you? That's assault. Wasn't me, man. I mean, it seems a whole fucking lot like it was you, Rick. Just saying, allegedly. Don't come for me. We'll do a song after this, by the way.
The identity of these other people were. At daybreak, the cottage itself caught fire. It was alleged that Martin Bryant, who was calling himself Jamie, had set the cottage on fire. And he had run out initially dressed in black, so there'd been a change of clothing. So the shooter who'd exited the Port Arthur site had been wearing light-coloured pants, white sneakers and a light blue shirt and a dark three-quarter coat. When Martin did actually exit the Seascape cottage prior to the fire, he was seen dressed in black. Apparently a firearm was discharged, which was a short firearm, which some thought might have been a handgun. There was...
I'm just going to go pause there. The black coat. Gee, am I wrong? Am I misremembering when a lot of the school shooters in America, obviously, no offense Americans, but only in America, wear those long black coats? Interesting. And I was going to say something else in my brain. Can't remember. It'll come to me as soon as I press play. Ooh.
prior to the fire, he was seen dressed in black. Apparently, a firearm was discharged, which was a short firearm, which some thought might have been a handgun. There was no such mention of how Martin might have obtained a handgun, nor any records of a handgun being used, and then ran back in.
I remember. The other thing is, someone said the other part of the motive that's alleged that Martin Bryant, he also apparently wanted to emulate Thompson, I believe his name is Thompson, the guy who they say did the Dunblane massacre, who suspicious ended up supposedly shooting himself twice in the head with a down angle with bullets next to the, like, just above the floor level. Okay. But that happened 6 weeks before, which incidentally, the gun laws were also changed very quickly in the UK after the Dunblane school shooting. But apparently, like, they tell us what they're doing. They like to give us hints in these things. So when they're saying that Martin Bryant wanted to emulate that 6 week prior massacre of innocents for a government that had very similar events and closing of files for 100 years and all this shit, very similar. Yeah, he just wanted to be like that. No, you guys are like making it like that because it's the same thing. Okay, we've got this break.
Into the Seascape cottage. The cottage was on fire at this point. Following that, shortly after, an individual ran out dressed in black.
Michael, thank you. I wanted to say Columbine is one of the things that I've one of the potential false flag events that I've identified. People speak of Dunblane, Columbine, and this Port Arthur as kind of a trilogy of close in time, very similar hallmarks. The guy that did whoever the shooter was that did the Dunblane was wearing an all-in-one black boiler suit, like a black, overalls, all-in-one thing, apparently. Still doing the research there. Shout out Vixie for making that connection for us.
With blonde hair on fire. His back was on fire. He ran out into the grounds, was seen removing the burning clothing, and basically that was at that point that the Special Operations Group closed in with ballistic shields and arrested the person at gunpoint and held them to the ground. They maced him in the face, and that was reported to be Martin Bryant, and one of the Special Operations Group said, quote, he was grinning and out with the fairies. So Martin Bryant was definitely arrested at the Seascape cottage. There is some confusion about the reason why he was taking the pseudonym Jamie. During the conversations with Terry McCarthy, Terry was trying to ascertain the identity of the gunman, and the gunman wouldn't tell him. And at some point, Terry McCarthy asked him, well, can you tell us your passport number? And Jamie rattled off the passport number that was Martin Bryant's. He said, I know it so well because I travel quite a lot. And conveniently, Martin...
So how did Terry McCarthy know? Why would you think to ask a prospective mass murderer, hey, dude, do you know your passport number? Unless that was all part of the thing, which, remember, Martin's passport was left in the yellow Volvo that he'd been seen driving. Well, that someone looking very much like him who went along the way from where he lived in Newtown to the Port Arthur historical site and made some very pointed stops along the way, right? Including buying a bottle of tomato sauce, ketchup, using a whole lot of small pocket change, like coins. Memorable, right? He also this person stopped and helped two young women by the side of the road who were having car troubles. Martin Bryant wasn't known to be particularly mechanically minded or good at that sort of stuff. Apparently he was a very good chess player, which tracks, perhaps if he's autistic. Well, it's pretty clear that he seemed to be autistic. And then also bought a bag of weed off these girls and paid for a $50 note when Martin Bryant never smoked weed in his life. But these were to have people have a recollection of this person with long blonde hair and this yellow Volvo with a surfboard on top. Very memorable stuff, right? So Terry McCarthy thought to ask Martin or Jamie, hey, dude, do you know your passport number? And Jamie Martin reeled it off. That's weird. That's suspicious.
Bryant's passport was discovered in the glove box of the yellow Volvo that was abandoned back at the toll booth.
Right,
So
Junior?
very quickly, the police were able to ascertain that the identity of the supposed shooter was Martin Bryant. Soon after that, Martin's photograph was stolen from his house in Clare Street and very, very quickly, almost miraculously quickly, disseminated to all and sundry. So the police had a visual description of Martin Bryant, and they were able to attend the home of his mother, Carleen, and bring her in for questioning straight away. This is during the siege at Seascape Cottage. So this happened very quickly.
Wow.
Martin was arrested and
Almost like
taken
they
to the
knew in
hospital
advance, huh?
to be treated for burns that he had sustained on his back. While he was in the ambulance, one of the ambulance officers tendered a witness statement that Martin had said, "Where's Petra?" Petra was his girlfriend at the time. And the ambulance officer replied, "Was she with you?" And he said, "Yes." And he said, "In the fire?" And Martin replied, "Yes, we're always together." So Martin had made some claim that Petra was with him at Seascape.
Makes sense if she's his handler, right?
Once again, but it was a claim that was witnessed by one of the ambulance officers. So there are some odd questions about the Seascape Cottage. Much later, when Martin Bryant, many months later, after being incarcerated and being treated for his burns on his back, was questioned about the events of why he was at Seascape Cottage and what had gone on. His only recollection was that he had some confused remembrance of kidnapping Glenn Pearce at gunpoint and putting him in the boot of the gold BMW. And this was at the Fortescue Turnoff Road, very different location from the toll booth entrance. And that he wasn't sure what had happened, but that the individual he kidnapped at gunpoint had a wife with him with a young baby, and that she's told him she wanted to take part in the kidnapping, and he replied, "Okay, hop in." So his recollection was that it was some kind of a pre-established pretend kidnapping, and he wasn't sure how Glenn Pearce had died, other than that when he attended Seascape, there was some kind of explosion of fire, which is how he himself got burnt. That's the only recollection and the only statement and testimony that Martin Bryant has given that connects him in any way to Seascape Cottage. So, once again, without a coronial inquest or an open trial or a detailed examination under Royal Commission of the circumstances of this cottage, the siege, the people that may or may not have been involved, the activities of the police, I do understand that some of the radio calls and information that were coming in and being forwarded to the command post were erased by an individual. They should have been maintained and kept as part of evidentiary record, but that didn't happen. They were erased. Terry McCarthy, police negotiator.
Isn't that weird? Weird that they would erase that shit, but then somehow the police training video, which contained propaganda bullshit about the amazing work by the police, coordination of this amazing response 6 hours later, but also contained graphic images of the dead. It was almost like that was leaked so that the public would see it and hate Martin Bryant even more. Outrage breeds fear, right? Outrage and fear breeds compliance, right? And it's diabolical.
Apparently was pretty upset by that some of the transcripts and the recorded information were lost and erased. Once again, needs to be determined. But there was some definite failures in processes there from both a police point of view and then follow on from an investigative point of view. So the siege at Seascape is an unusual one, and there are, in many ways, poses a lot more questions than there are answers.
Amen, Paul. Love ya. Sus as fuck. What the fuck? Oh, so there's many. Okay, so I've picked a song. We're going to take a quick song break. And so fill up your drink. I don't know, let the dog out, do a wee, have a smoke, whatever it is, whatever rolls your rolls your joint, and enjoy this quick little track. It's a favorite. Not a favorite, but I know it's a favorite. It's kind of relevant. I love you all. Be back in a minute.
You went away, you broke my heart. You truly ripped it right out. I'm getting there, coming to terms. My days turn into black nights. Writing songs to deal with this. It's all that I can do. You took away my ability to communicate with you. But inch by inch and day by day, I'm feeling stronger too. The utter agony of this, the pain you put me through. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Just try to understand it. So what the fuck you doing now? Is this just how you planned it? Confusion reigns, I'm exhausted trying to navigate the shit. Make up your mind, what do you want? All or nothing, fuck goddamn it. Feels like you're playing games with me. Should've thought this shit through first. Obviously there are no rules. You've seen me at my worst. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Just trying to understand it. So what the fuck you doing now? Is this just how you planned it? In the words of Marilyn, goddess tortured beauty true. Can't handle me at my worst. You don't deserve me when it's good. All I know is you've cracked the door by just a tiny bit. I wanted this so bad before, but it's making me feel like shit. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Just trying to understand it. So what the fuck you doing now? Is this just how you planned it? I wanted closure, prayed for it. The ball is in your court. Now suddenly I cannot breathe. It's not a fucking sport. I've worked through stuff, I wrote that wave was tough, but still I made it. Don't play with me for the love of God. The point is yours, you want it. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Just trying to understand it. So what the fuck you doing now? Is this just how you planned it? Don't play with me for the love of God. The point is yours, you want it.
And we're back. In my brain, up next is Swimming in the Petty, because that's next on the playlist. I'm looking at the time. We might not end up watching that interview because I talk a lot, and the one that I spoke of, we might come back around to that another time. I'll put a link to the interview I was talking about. I'll pop a link to it in the description box so you can watch it if you like. Poppy, I don't need the licking. I love you, but I don't love the licking. Let me just get this back to where we need to be. Thanks everyone for being here. And this. So we'll see how we're feeling. Maybe we'll watch a little bit of it. It is very good, particularly the first part. Oh my God, the dogs. Seriously. Back in Port Arthur. Just a reminder. This is where we are. I guess the Isle of the Dead's out there somewhere. This. So this is talking about the fact, I did allude to it earlier, that that there was the shooter had a video camera bag, right? Back in the day, camcorder, that he put down on the table inside the Broad Arrow Cafe. So in the false flag hypothesizing that we'll go through next weekend. That Paul breaks it down in minute detail. It really gave me a lot of clarity as to how it might have gone down. Poppy, can you please not? You crazy. He speaks of, and maybe he does it in this video too, and if so, look at me with my remembering. Poppy, please. Get down. Thank you. That if in fact it wasn't Martin Bryant, let's just say it probably wasn't, right? Perhaps Martin had some involvement with something that happened at the cafe. Sorry, at the siege, at the Seascape cottage. But let's just assume that it wasn't Martin Bryant during the shooting in the cafe. If it was an operative, right? SAS, like a trained operative, a military person with very high level of skill and marksmanship. If he was in on this false flag, right, and if he also had to, on the fly, change the plan, even if he hadn't had to change the plan, it makes sense that he might have taken a camera along as insurance, so that if the agent, the operative, filmed the turn of events, including himself on camera, that's a bit of insurance, isn't it, as to whether he would be taken out? Because once you're involved in a plan like this, like we've already established, those weird, that sus shit that happened at the toll booth with the people sitting in the vehicles that all had the conversation that turned into escalated into a fight, an altercation, that then the shooter went to the car and got that assault AR-15 and then shot the guy point blank in the chest. So obviously, and also the guy that stood up and said, "No, not here," and we also got shot dead. But the surviving witnesses recounted that happening, that interaction with the gunman and this person who said this. It makes sense that the person who did the actual massacre would want to have some sort of insurance to protect themselves from also becoming, oopsies, they're gone too. Shoot a video with yourself in it, leave that somewhere safe, and if as an insurance policy, like, don't kill me. I have proof that this was an operation, right? There are more weird things. So anyway. This is talking about that camera bag.
Did the shooter bring a video camera into the Broad Arrow Cafe to record the massacre of the civilians inside that establishment? And if they did, what happened to that tape? The shooter had entered the Broad Arrow Cafe. He was carrying the Prince sports bag, which contained the firearms. And also there were reports that he was carrying a video camera. You'd all imagine that if somebody recorded the shooting that took place in there, it would comprehensively 100% determine the identity of the gunman. And yet that tape has never seen the light of day or a court of law.
How about that? A little bit odd, isn't it? So many odd things, aren't there? Very tough.
Welcome to the WASP Files. Some of this material may be distressing and viewer discretion is advised. During the many years that I've investigated the Port Arthur massacre, there are more questions than there are answers, particularly in relation to missing pieces of crucial evidence. One of these that really stands out, and in many ways has been sort of glossed over or brushed under the carpet, is the reports that the shooter had entered the Broad Arrow Cafe. He was carrying the Prince sports bag, which contained the firearms, and also there were reports that he was carrying a video camera. The shooter had entered the Broad Arrow Cafe, ordered a meal from the servery, and then struggled to get out through the door onto the balcony. One of the patrons actually held the door for him. He ate his meal on the balcony, came back into the cafe, where he withdrew the rifle and opened fire on the patrons. However, there is also reports that the shooter had set up a video camera on the same table where that gun bag was later abandoned. The police themselves confirmed this when Martin Bryant was interviewed by Inspectors Warren and Payne. They stated that they believed that he had entered the cafe with the gun bag that was over there, meaning the Prince Sports gun bag, and also his video camera. Many, many months later, a police training video that was put together by the Tasmanian police was inadvertently leaked to the public. It was meant to be police eyes only. It was a training video which basically looked at the overall investigation into the Port Arthur massacre, the crime, the response by the police. There were interviews with some of the witnesses.
I'm just going to say, I only had that revelation while I was talking to you before about why it had been leaked. See, that's why talking things out often helps. It does with me anyway. Otherwise, things just in my brain. I do come to some conclusions without saying them out loud, but you know. It really does make sense to me that if we're talking about a false flag that's designed to instill fear and create compliance, that leaking that police video, training video, would have that kind of effect on the general public, huh? It's definitely a bit like putting on the front page before Martin had even been charged the next day, no charge, face of a killer. This is the man. It's tainting the pool, and particularly when they were edited images. Just fuck no. Oh. Okay, this is just a short vid. We'll have time. Definitely have time. I don't know what I was thinking. We'll definitely watch some or most or all of that interview because it is good, very succinct, better than how I can put things.
But then later on in the video, there was some very distressing footage that was taken by the police where they videoed the interior of the Broad Arrow Cafe. This included some very upsetting images of the deceased victims still in the positions in which they'd been killed.
Trigger warning. It's not.
As the video pans across the interior of the Broad Arrow Cafe,
maybe not,
we can see on the table where the abandoned Prince sports bag is left, the gun bag. Very clearly next to it is a black video camera. Now, Nitram, the film that was made, in essence portraying Martin Bryant as the sole perpetrator of the killer.
Nitram. So here's a fun fact. Not really fun. Hi, Real Happy. Good to see you. Thank you, Laura. I will pull that up in a second. I saw that notification land. So Nitram. So Paul Moda, Paul Moda, pitched to Stan and this particular director, I can't remember, his idea to make he wanted to make a movie called Wasp, the Port Arthur Massacre. It was before he did any research, and he pitched it to Stan, and they weren't interested, they said, and they went on to produce Nitram, which is Martin backwards. I was, well, what the fuck would they call it Nitram? What's that got to do with anything? So and it's very inaccurate according to Paul. He's got a couple of little short videos about it, and he believes it was sort of Hollywood as a concept, you know, like movies, the mainstream narratives attempt and tactic to whitewash and to just put out something. It's apparently very cinematic, yes, very dark and brooding, and doesn't even cover the actual massacre, which is, I don't know, why would you?
And the final scenes of that movie, even they portrayed a scene where Martin Bryant goes into the cafe, places the gun bag on the table, takes out a video camera, sets it up, hits record, and then picks up the gun and walks out of frame. And that was the end of the film. So the crucial question that needs to be asked is, did the shooter bring a video camera into the Broad Arrow Cafe to record the massacre of the civilians inside that establishment? And if they did, what happened to that tape? You would imagine that if somebody recorded the shooting that took place in there, it would comprehensively 100% determine the identity of the gunman. There's only one problem with all this evidence. The tape has never seen the light of day, nor has any evidence about the ownership of that video camera, whether Martin owned a video camera, though the police confirmed that he did, and whether that was the video camera that was seen in the footage that was leaked, the police training footage. Now, that tape, amongst everything else, including the DNA and the fingerprints and the ballistics, which should have been taken from the Broad Arrow Cafe, would once again comprehensively determine the guilt of the shooter. And yet that tape has never seen the light of day or a court of law. So the question has to be asked, where is the tape? Where is the camera? There were reports that the camera case itself was located in the abandoned Volvo when it was left at the toll booth after the shooting that took place there.
So
But
wait.
the camera is clearly visible.
So wait. He allegedly had 2 weapons, the shooter, if there was only one shooter. I mean, because remember, there was a guy with mousy hair and some facial hair, mousy brown hair and facial hair that was also, witnesses said, was shooting at vehicles on the road outside of Port Arthur. So wait, he shoots, how does the video camera get back? Wait, how does the video camera bag get in the yellow Volvo, which was parked at the toll booth, if the police video that we just saw then shows the camera bag on the table still? How does the shooter, Martin Bryant, carrying supposedly 2 weapons, because some of the victims had shotgun pellets and others were clearly an assault an AR. I know they're not called assault rifles, but you know what I'm saying. Well, that's fucking weird, isn't it? That's a bit suspicious.
On the police training video when they pan across the interior of the Broad Arrow Cafe.
How?
That is evidence that the authorities could comprehensively end any controversy or debate with by simply saying we have video footage of Martin Bryant in the cafe because he filmed himself. And yet that hasn't been discussed. There has been no determinations on that. And there certainly hasn't been any release of the video that would show that Martin Bryant was there. We know that the abandoned gun bag that was in the Broad Arrow Cafe was a Prince sports bag, a tennis bag if you like. There was also verified reports that Martin Bryant had attended a shopping centre with his girlfriend Petra Wilmot and purchased the Prince sports bag and was apparently seen measuring its length. Ostensibly, this bag was used to transport the rifle inside the Broad Arrow Cafe. This bag was left abandoned on the table, and within that bag was a combat knife that was wrapped in a bloodied towel. Damien Bugg, who was the chief prosecutor, said that the DNA on the blood on the knife was consistent with that of David Martin. Now, that in itself is an inconclusive statement because DNA is not something that's inconsistent or consistent. It either is or it isn't. It's, of course, convenient that the shooter had left evidence that he had killed David Martin by leaving behind in the gun bag a bloody knife wrapped in a towel, which was later recovered. The other unusual aspect is that witnesses stated that when the gunman had exited the Broad Arrow Cafe, he was carrying another large bag. Now, there were reports that a shotgun was fired inside the Broad Arrow Cafe, though Gerard Dutton didn't.
So he just shot 22 people in 90 seconds and continued to kill more people outside on a rampage throughout the historic grounds, but he was also carrying a sports bag?
Not include this in his ballistics report, and that later the Daewoo semi-automatic shotgun was found in the boot of the Volvo when it was abandoned at the toll booth. That ostensibly means that perhaps there was another gun bag that was containing potentially the Daewoo 12-gauge shotgun. But this is, of course, once again, yet to be determined. So the question is, how many bags were there, and why would the shooter exit the cafe with the one bag and just leave the other behind? These are all unanswered questions that point the finger to the fact that we do not have the answers to some very crucial questions. Thank you for...
Thanks, Paul. Love your work. Now, Laura, thank you so much. Laura sent me some photos of the Isle of the Dead. Now, let me see if I can zoom in. You know I'm not a professional when it comes to this shit. There we go. Look at this. So that's the Isle of the Dead there. Oh, sorry. The Blair Witch of it all. Can I do this? And there's Port Arthur in the background, right? So the back, can you see? I'm probably in the way. Wait. Let me wait. I'm covering it. Pause. So mouse. This down here, Port Arthur Historical Site. Now let me just remove that from the screen for a second, which is this, right? So Isle of the Dead is out. You can't now see my mouse. Basically to the far left of the screen. And then, thank you, Laura. That's very helpful. But then wait. And then this. This is how remote it is. Beautiful. Oh, Tasmania is just so stunningly beautiful. So that very interesting. Huh? Thank you, Laura. That's really helpful. Very cold water in Tasmania. It's very, very down south. We're right down the bottom of Australia, which is right down the bottom of the world, right? Down under. Now, thank you, Laura. That's amazing. Now, let me just do this. We will definitely. I'm on a roll now. I can't not talk about this. I will go bloody crazy. Let's watch. So this interview, right? So okay. So Paul Moda. Paul. I love him. We love him. I might even have a little bit of a crush. I'm just saying. I'm easily pleased. He does live in Melbourne. Although I think he needs Ventolin. I keep thinking, oh my God, the man. He's got a bit wheezy. I think he probably is a smoker. So says me with my vape. Now, as I said, I've been watching a lot of anything. Many of his interviews, I just can't get enough because I'm just hoping that I'll find some snippets that I haven't heard elsewhere in his body of work. One of the interviews I watched was also another Australian. Good God. This guy was not a believer. He opened the whole. It was a terrible interview. He had his list of questions. Not once, not ever, did this clown not this guy. Another interview. I won't it was hard to listen to. He started the thing saying, people might say, my parents included, that why would you do this? It was so negative. And Paul goes, oh, well, how do I come back from that? And this guy asked questions. They were great questions, but there was no engagement. It was an interview, not a conversation. And at the end, the interviewer goes, well, you certainly haven't changed my mind. I was like, outrageous. I didn't comment on many things, but I dropped a timestamp in the comments. It was like, wow, this motherfucker. I didn't say that. I was trying to be charming. Paul did so well. This interview that we're going to watch now is really good. So it's still on it's basically this going through all of these kind of ones in a more conversational style, or like all the anomalies, the weird shit, with this also Aussie. So sup, we've got Australia all over.
Hi guys, thanks for tuning in to another episode of Nuggets News. Well, today we've got a really special guest. That's Paul Moda from the Wasp Files, who's been doing a deep dive into Port Arthur for a number of years now. But his new series has really shone a light and brought attention to this and racked up millions of views. So today, obviously, viewer discretion is advised, and we'll be discussing some pretty graphic content. But I wanted this podcast to try and serve as a good overview of the events leading up to it, what actually happened that day, and the fallout from afterwards. So welcome to the show, Paul.
Welcome, thank you.
For those that haven't looked into this before, it's one of those things where as you start to look into it, it becomes more and more obvious that the official story is very different to what unfolded that day. But what started you on your journey wanting to research this?
I started way back in 2016. I'm a writer and filmmaker by trade. And back then, my intention was, I was shopping around for an idea for an independent feature film and thought maybe I should do something on the Port Arthur Massacre, which no one had ever touched since 1996. So I began researching the crime, the tragedy. At the time, all I knew was what everybody else knew, was that Martin Bryant had gone down there with high-powered semi-automatic rifles and shot up Port Arthur and killed 35 men, women and children and injured 23 others. So I began my research, and the deeper I dug, I just came up with a lot of questions, more questions than answers, and thought this just doesn't add up. And I dug deeper than most, not just what I read online, but I wanted to speak firsthand to the people that were directly involved. So I spoke to the police, first responders, survivors, two of whom are good friends now, people that knew Martin Bryant, grew up with him, went to prison with him. And after 9 exhaustive years, found myself still trying to make the film, which I intend to do, with a lot of closed doors in my face. But yeah, 9 years later, decided to do the WASP files to, I guess, educate people on what they don't know about Port Arthur.
Yeah, so I guess before we get into the timeline of the events and how it all played out, I think for me, and I want to get your opinion on this, is just kind of the top 5 things for people that are watching this that haven't looked into it at all, that maybe have only ever heard the official narrative. For me, I think the top 5 things that stand out are that only 2 out of the 200 witness testimonies positively identified Martin Bryant as the shooter at Port Arthur. Some of those survivors, like Wendy Skur and Jim Laycock and others, that also said that knew Martin Bryant, that said it wasn't him that they saw. Then we've got that morgue truck that was ordered before and sold shortly after, the only one in Australia, let alone happening to be in Hobart, Tasmania that day. And one of the other ones that I think was really fascinating, you dug up in a recent episode, was that UN document about the gun laws that they wanted Australia to pass, and the role of the kind of globalists that people are more familiar with these days. I think that was a big revelation, as well as the conferences that were in Hobart that day, the surgeons conference and the media conference and that type of thing. So would you agree that those are, maybe for people that haven't looked into this, the top 5 things, or what are your things that stand out the most?
Where do I start? Look, all I can say is the magnitude of the investigation into this crime and tragedy, the breadth and scale of it is astounding. So it's very hard just to pinpoint down. I could go through and list. I do advise everyone to go on the WASP Files, which is on YouTube, where I've done quite a number of filmed podcasts exploring all these individual and collective overview aspects of the Port Arthur massacre. But I guess some of the biggest ones for me are that this was the biggest crime, the biggest mass shooting by a lone gunman in the world at the time, or one of. And by state law, we should have mandated a coronial inquest, but we didn't have that. That was quashed by the Premier at the time in Tasmania and by our Prime Minister, John Howard. So the enormity of this crime somehow did not warrant a coronial inquest, whereas other mass shootings, such as the Lindt Cafe siege in Sydney, the Hoddle Street shootings, they all mandated coronial inquests. We also didn't have an open trial. So no open trial for this for the convicted perpetrator, Martin Bryant. So he was never cross-examined. We never had the witnesses brought forward to give their testimony and for them to be cross-examined. Never had any of the hard evidence that was collected, the forensics, the DNA, the fingerprints, dented. They've never seen the light of day. They've never seen a court of law. We never had a royal commission.
Hi, Hope. Good to see you. My dumb idiot StreamYard is being very rude and isn't always showing comments on screen. But hi, I'm saying hi, Hope. Lovely to see you. I read the creative writing that you sent me. Amazing. I replied. Sorry, it took me a little minute. But yes, hi, welcome. We've just started watching this interview. So this is a good little, like, even though you're just stopping in, this is a good, like, it's kind of like a recap. I'm just, repetition cements things in our mind, and it's a lot of details to get our head around. So that's why I'm not minding that there's this duplication of the information, because there's so much to take on board. And Rachel, I saw your comment that you said you don't know many of the facts, but it seems to be pretty stinking to high heaven, man. This is like a rotten carcass of stinking to high heaven. It's very suspicious.
So that information, the hard evidence, if you want to call it that would comprehensively prove 100% beyond reasonable doubt in a court of law the innocence or guilt of the party involved, has been locked down by the authorities, initially by the Hobart Supreme Court in 1996 for 30 years, was meant to expire next year. And then I found out that the Tasmanian Archives Heritage Office has digitised all of the records and evidence and information documents with Port Arthur and sealed them under the highest restrictive category, E75, Chief Police Commissioner's eyes only, for a further 75 years, which means you, me, and everyone else will be dead by the time that
So
information will be released.
I know it's been mentioned before, but isn't that fucking suspicious? Why would they Why would they make it that nobody except for the police commissioner can see any of this until 2092 if there was nothing to hide? Same in Dunblane, by the way. Dunblane, locked down. That Patsy, different set of, also a bit of a very, very much an odd bod, a known pedophile, but who never got any recourse for his prolific pedophilia. And he actually somehow ended up dead, apparently two self-inflicted gunshot wounds. So didn't have to worry with any of this. But those files also locked down for a full 100 years. So effectively, nobody still alive who might come under scrutiny for their participation in an event like this around the world will be alive anymore. And in fact, 100 years is a long time. Like that's history by then.
So the warning flags for me was there's no access to the information.
Yeah.
There's the witnesses haven't given their statements, particularly those that contradicted the mainstream story. People like Graham Collier, Wendy Skua, Jim Laycock, Roger Lana never had their say in court. Yeah. So they've locked the information away. They've locked Martin Bryant away. No one can get to see him.
That's another thing.
That raises a real red flag for me.
So no journalist, nobody has been able to talk to Martin Bryant, like obviously inmates, although he is often in solitary confinement and in psych wards and shit. Nobody can talk to him. Like fucking, what's her name? Laurie Vallow Daybell. All of them, Ed Kemper, Ted Bundy, Kaczynski, all of these people, they all speak. They all get to speak. They might BTK, but not Martin Bryant. Okay. Even Chopper Reed.
As they've done with other similar global events, with squashing the files for 75 years and not letting the public view them as well. So, but why don't we paint a picture of the landscape at the time about gun laws? And there was a push for multiple years to try and disarm Australians. And there was a couple of senators that had those quotes. It's going to take a massacre on Tasmanian soil to get these laws through and that type of thing. But why don't you give people a bit of an overview of what that backdrop was leading up to the events in '96?
Yeah, a little bit of perspective. Prior to 1996, the Port Arthur Massacre, homicide gun deaths were on the decline. They weren't on the increase. We did have two mass shootings in Victoria in 1987, the Hoddle Street shooting and the Queen Street shooting. And the Premier at the time, John Cain, then implemented a ban on high-powered semi-automatic rifles, which I guess you could say was a precedent example of how you can restrict firearm ownership due to gun crime. So basically, there was a requirement, even though states like Queensland and Tasmania were known to have looser gun laws. The federal government, as early as 1991, was trying to draft a nationwide federal uniform gun law legislation, but the states were balking. So there was a lot of conflict about the conditions of having a nationwide uniform gun law requirement put in place. So yes, the New South Wales Premier at the time, Barry Unsworth, was famous for storming out of the meeting saying there'll never be uniform gun laws in Australia until there's a massacre in Tasmania.
Like, why would you say that?
Lo and behold, sometime later there was.
And just on that quickly, Paul, it was Tasmania and South Australia that were the two states that were pushing back the hardest for some of these reforms. Is that true?
I believe it was Queensland and Tasmania.
Okay.
South Australia, all of the states had their own ideas on what their state gun laws should be. And I guess even though, contrary to popular belief, even though they had the loose laws, Tasmania did have the 1991 gun legislation, which required you to have a license and to be assessed as a fit and proper person. So that was in place. It had replaced the laws of 1937, I believe. So interestingly enough, Martin Bryant did not have a gun license. And there is a lot of very serious questions about where the firearms came from, the origins of those guns, how they made their way down to Tasmania and were used at the Port Arthur Massacre. But Martin Bryant did not have a gun license. which in essence makes him a criminal.
Other things that happened leading up to that day, before we get to the sequence of events and the timeline from the actual day itself, the morgue truck that we mentioned. So there was some people say it held 20 bodies, some people say it might have held 30 bodies, but a large custom-made morgue truck and was in Tasmania, in Hobart, and it arrived before the massacre and was sold after the massacre. But that is one of those big red flag standout ones for me. What can you tell us about that?
It's one of many coincidences. Now, being of a scientific mind, and I don't consider myself a conspiracy theorist or an activist or a crusader, you just have to consider the notion that when you have one or two coincidences associated with an event, you can say, okay, they're coincidences. When you have a multitude.
I'm just going to say, love me some Paul Moda. He's got this, he's got a what if any verbal tick. It's not what if any. He's got two. He says the notion. Oh, no, he's got three. In essence, the notion, and ostensibly. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry that I've mentioned it, but I'm pretty sure this is the interview where I was like going, oh, man, you need to get some new phrases. I love you. I love you so much, Paul Moda, but we're going to have to train you out of those ones.
Then you have what they call synchronicity, which is a very strong indication that all of those coincidences, once they lined up, suggest an alternative determination or outcome. So the infamous morgue truck, which most people know about, was the Tasmania, which had very few deaths per year at the time. The state had commissioned the construction of a 22-person refrigerated morgue truck, which was a Chevrolet with a big refrigerated container on the back, specifically for the purpose of being able to deliver that many cadavers to the coroner's court. At the time, there was incredulity about why Tasmania needed such a big truck, because Victoria and New South Wales had far higher death rates and they didn't have a truck. So you would imagine, once Port Arthur had exploded and there was a requirement, lo and behold, they were very fortuitously provided with this refrigerated morgue truck to be able to get the victims in a state to where they could be examined. And then you would think, okay, great, let's hang on to that because it's very valuable. But the truck was sold by an ex-Special Operations Group police officer by the name of Chris Wright, who advertised.
Actually, I've heard him say in other stuff that it didn't actually sell. It was put up for sale and advertised, but never sold. Apparently, the refrigeration unit was dismantled, turned into like a truck and a refrigeration unit eventually, and no one knows where it went. We read through that advertisement. Remember last week? It was at the end of the Wendy Skur presentation at the Inverell Forum from 2001. And it was like, this could be memorabilia. Like, huzzah! What are we fucking doing? Wow. Way to disrespect everybody involved, including the citizens of Australia and the world. This is all part of a very big plan.
The truck for sale in the local paper as the truck that was used at the Port Arthur massacre and could even be used in a movie reenactment. So the truck was dismantled and sold and, presumably sold or disappeared.
Yeah.
But that is just one. There were so many coincidences that occurred that basically indicated a possible foreknowledge of a planned event. I could go through them if you wish.
Yeah, keep going.
Pause. Britt asked, had Martin ever used a gun before? Yes. He was he was, as any sort of boy in semi-rural and girl, semi-rural or, areas, like Tasmania is the Wild West still, or Wild South. He had used air rifles, slug guns as a child and was quite a good shot. Left-hander, not right-handed. But didn't have a gun license, and actually, so therefore couldn't have purchased the weapons, plural, used in this. And actually, the AR-15, the AR rifle, was a Victoria Police weapon. So yes, he did have some shooting experience. I'm not sure, not shooting from the hip, he in his police interview, he states, no, always, because these were headshots, kill shots, precise. The weapon was left with one shot in the chamber. We'll go through this when we cover the weapons in one of the episodes. So 30 shots of ammunition. He left the shooter left one shot in the chamber, which is a military tactic, like a trained military person. So while you're reloading a new magazine, in case someone comes upon you and you need to still have one shot in the chamber. So it could have been coincidence that the shooter left that one bullet in the barrel. I don't know the words, but one more shot. And the shooter was, it's been testified, or survivors have said that the shooter it was like he was dancing. He killed 22 people, or shot and killed three people survived in there, but one miraculously. But he shot and killed 22 people with 29 shots in 90 seconds, shooting from the hip and pivoting around and headshots, kill shots. He wasn't that much of an experienced shooter. And by all accounts was actually quite a bumbling fool, and took her into this gun store, took a loaded, didn't know it was loaded, a weapon, because it wasn't working, and asked the guy to help him. It was jammed. Asked the gun shop guy to help him problem solve, troubleshoot, pardon the pun, what was wrong with the weapon. And the guy went, and it was locked and loaded, and Martin didn't even know. So this guy wasn't Martin.
Knowing, if you want to, before the events leading up to it, but was another one of those, the morgue itself actually had upgrades for the leading up to this?
Yeah, that was the Nelson brothers in Melbourne, had been congratulated by a member of Parliament, and at the time he was also one of the members of the coroner's court, and his name was Stephen Parry, and he had congratulated the Nelson brothers, which was a funeral service in Melbourne, for the construction of some refrigerated units to store bodies, and the wording that he used was in time ready for the incident.
Wow.
Which could have
Words
just been
matter.
a slip of the tongue, or
man.
his wording perhaps, but it was picked up upon because people said, hang on, what do you mean by it?
I'm going back for that in case you weren't paying attention.
Which was a funeral service in Melbourne for the construction of some refrigerated units to store bodies, and the wording that he used was in time ready for the incident.
Yep.
Which could have just been a slip of the tongue, or his wording perhaps, but it was picked up upon because people said, hang on, what do you mean by having these refrigerated units ready for the incident? So he was given a show cause notice and asked to clarify that statement, and my understanding is there hasn't been any clarification. Some of the other glaring
There's no legal
coincidences were
proceedings.
that
Nothing on record.
just prior to the Port Arthur massacre, the Hobart Hospital had implemented a Code Brown, which was a protocol for the hospital to be able to go into immediate action to deal with an influx of mass trauma patients. They just put that in place. There was also a convention that was held down in Hobart for trauma surgeons from all over Australia, dealing specifically with the means and requirements and their abilities to deal with mass trauma casualty events. So it was very lucky that we had some trauma surgeons from all over the world that had been trained in that field on hand, ready to deal with the victims that were brought in from Port Arthur. There was also a convention of journalists from all over the world. There was something like 700 journalists, and they were in Hobart at the time. So once the news had burst open upon the scene about the massacre, these reporters were bussed in their droves, and in some cases escorted around the crime scenes. So the media coverage was there on hand immediately to be able to cover the event. These are just some of the coincidences. There are many of them.
There was special operations, SACPAV, took place in Hobart a few weeks before this as well. Is that correct?
That's correct. A few months. SACPAV stands for the Standing Advisory Committee on the Prevention.
You know when else? There's been like a training, like special response training carried out very soon before shit goes down. Like 9/11. We watched that in the 9/11 live stream, which you have to go and watch if you haven't. That was a very wild ride, right, Simi? Holy shit, YouTube. YouTube was very drunk, very much on the censorship train that night. Holy shit. Also, in recent weeks and months in the US, lots of tactical shit going down, operations, tactical training prior to, well, the perennial forever psyop that we all are living, but you in the States are particularly living right now with ICE. It's a psyop, man. It's all a fucking psyop.
Against violence, which in essence is counter-terrorism exercises. So in the months leading up to Port Arthur, we had specialist tactical police working in collaboration with members of the Australian Defence Force carrying out counter-terrorism exercises on the Tasman Peninsula. Yeah. This also coincidentally occurred at the same time that we had the London bombings and also during the New Zealand Christchurch massacre.
And 9/11.
Operations carried out, counter-terrorism operations, literally on the go, just prior to and during those events.
On 9/11, I believe on 9/11, they were in the weren't they in the building? Am I misremembering that? Honestly, my brain is overflowing with this kind of data.
So, yes, you had tactical police and support members of the Australian Defence Force on hand and around the Tasman Peninsula at the time.
Yeah, we also saw that on 9/11 on the same day when they had those, tactical for the Air Force, so they couldn't get called in, and we'll get to maybe some similarities in this on the day. The other one I wanted to ask you about leading up to it was Martin had started dating Petra Wilmot a few months before this. What are your thoughts on her and her involvement and at all?
Look, I've discussed the notion, as many have, that she may have been a handler. By all accounts, she was an intelligent woman. She was quite young, though. She was 20 years old when she was dating Martin. And they'd been dating for approximately 3 months before the massacre and were in love. So it sort of flies in the face of some of the films like Nitram that was produced, which suggested that Martin was just this lonely, isolated, angry person on his own. He had a relationship with Helen Harvey prior to her death, but he also had, Petra Wilmot as his girlfriend. I did speak to a gentleman that had met Martin Bryant in a cafeteria, and he was struck by the fact that it was a hot day and Martin was wearing a 3-piece white suit. And he engaged him in conversation. He said it wasn't an easy conversation to have. And they were sort of talking away. And then he said a young dark-haired woman came over, sat down next to Martin and just looked at him, just gave him a look. And Martin took one look at her and that was it. The conversation was over. There were no more words spoken and they got up and left. Mm. And he said to me, it just seemed to me that she gave him a look saying, this conversation is over. I then showed him a photograph of Petra Wilmot and he said, yes, that was the lady. I'll call that gentleman Bruce. So she was a bit of a mysterious figure. By all accounts, just a young girl. She'd also stated when asked by Ray Martin why she dated him, and she replied, because he was gentle and kind and looked after me. Yeah. She also had no knowledge, supposedly, that he owned firearms, though she did mention that he would make comments about firearms and point his finger and, make gun shooting, gestures with his hands, which many people do. She is very, very hard to track down, probably justifiably. She may have changed her name. I would dearly love to talk to her. I've read some interesting statements from her that she presented to the police.
Or if she was a handler, an operative, then her task is complete and she's moved on to the next operation with a new identity. Am I right? Yeah, man.
And they have some very interesting things to say that suggested there were things going on behind the scene. These are important. One of them was that apparently there was an individual that Martin was afraid to answer the phone for. This person was known as Tiger, and Martin didn't want to answer the phone because he was frightened of this Tiger.
Wait for it.
So she
Wait
never
for
knew
it.
who this person was. Tiger is a nickname for ex-Special Operations Group Michael Dyson, who some have accused of being one of the people involved in the Port Arthur massacre. She also stated that
That was Michael Rick Dyson. Remember Rick, the one I told you about that had spoken to Paul Moda, but not on camera or on tape, and no longer lives in Australia. This guy it's been alleged was there. Rick, one of the hostages, apparently. Michael Rick Dyson, also known as Tiger. Martin was scared of Tiger. Who's since he consults, apparently Michael Rick Dyson consults for like law enforcement and military ops, and has written a book on cyberbullying, because how dare you accuse me of this? The audacity.
you had, she was shown a photograph of Martin talking to a long-haired, blonde-haired individual outside a photo store, and asked if she knew who that individual was. And she replied that she didn't know who that person was, but that they looked kind of similar, except the other gentleman had the beginnings of a beard.
Yeah.
So her statements just present some odd questions. Just finally on that, she was going to come over to see Martin the night before the shooting, and called him up, and he said, no, you can't come over because I'm waiting for a call from Melbourne. And she said, what's this in relation to? And he said, oh, it's something to do with a German television, the purchase of a German television. Following on from that, he then said, hey, you can come over. So they spent the night together. They went out dancing at the local nightclub, came home, made love, showered together, got up in the morning and separated. This is the night before the massacre.
Yeah.
But he was apparently waiting on some call from Melbourne that may have precluded her visitation.
Red herring.
And Martin had, I believe, trips to the UK. And is there any connection there with the Tavistock Institute or, that side of things? I think you've touched on the MK
This is
Ultra,
wild.
But yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
The connection between Tavistock is a very tenuous one. However, there is a connection. A very renowned psychiatrist who was one of the founding associates of the Tavistock Institute, which, for people who don't know, was in essence a social engineering institution that had been created in the 1940s in the UK following World War II. And in essence, it was dealing with the effects of mass trauma on the civilian population, the effects of war, dealing with soldiers that had PTSD. And then later on, over the decades, Tavistock had basically employed a renowned cadre of very, very well-regarded psychiatrists who had done some experimentations in deep sleep hypnosis and, in essence, mind control. One of those was Dr. Rhys Rawlings.
What do you
Dr.
know?
Cunningham Dax was a renowned psychiatrist who moved from the UK to Tasmania in 1969, ostensibly to continue his research into some of the psychological experimentations that the Tavistock Institute was carrying out, and his own research as well. He was very well regarded for pioneering a restructure of the mental health system in Australia. So he's very well rewarded for that. But he did evaluate Martin Bryant when Martin Bryant was 16 in 1984. There's very little records that have all been destroyed in relation to the evaluation of Martin by Dr. Cunningham.
That bears repeating. So a guy involved in deep sleep hypnotherapy, mind control, MK Ultra, at a military-esque government psych institution, consulted and diagnosed Martin at the age of 16. Well, that's weird. That's suspicious. These coincidences? So many.
Cunningham Dax. There was some reports by his mother that he said, look, he's of low IQ and has some difficulties on his social interactions with people, and suggested that there wasn't much hope for him that he would go on some form of disability benefit. And Martin's mother, Carleen, had responded, is this to do with his schizophrenia? Because there was some question about whether or not Martin had schizophrenia. And Dr. Dax had replied, it's not as simple as that. That's about the extent to what we have. We do know that Tavistock has been, there are a lot of claims that the Tavistock Institute had been involved in some very nefarious activities.
Nefarious,
MKUltra,
okay, Hank Brennan.
the factual experimentation, literally on mind control, that was initiated and carried out by the CIA in the 1960s, was of factual existence. It was shut.
Okay, so just remember, I'm pretty sure he makes reference to Israel in this interview. Some particularly infamous key person who seems to be involved in a lot of this shit. So if we're talking about this as being a false flag event, it happened, but a false flag event planned for years using operatives positioned throughout Port Arthur, a plan gone awry, not just with the goal to amend gun control, so de-arm the population. 6 weeks prior, Dunblane, same, playbook shit. If we think about RFK, Patsy, who said he saw a beautiful woman in a polka dot dress, and he was just drawn to go into the pantry with her, and he had no recollection after that. That's mind control. So tie it all in, like draw it all in. It makes perfect fucking sense, right? I don't know how much you guys know about MK Ultra, but I've been doing a lot of, like, this is my whole life now. True crime, whatever. Trials, I don't really care. This makes a whole lot of sense when you look at it with those big, broad brush strokes. But when you get down with a magnifying glass and look at each of the strokes and pull back, and it's a very clear picture, in my opinion.
Down in Congress after it came to light that they were doing very unethical and unlawful experimentation involving drugs and deprivation and abuse on civilians. The CIA did bring MKUltra to Australian shores in the 1960s with Professor Martin Orne, who had come out to do a conference in Sydney. And they were doing experiments and talking about how people could be, in essence, controlled or hypnotized to carry out acts of antisocial behavior up to and including attempted murder. This information is freely available. As I said, it's a very deep dive into this whole thing, but there is a tenuous link.
Steph, my stupid StreamYard is just being so dumb and annoying. It's just glitching all the time. Steph says I don't know much about it. So MK Ultra, you guys know the GATE program, Gifted and Talented. That there's CIA. MK is the precursor to MK Ultra. There's a channel that I'm friends with the creator. Her name's Emma. And she interviews these amazing interviews. Pierre, I would not be surprised at all. They like people with abilities, particularly. Yeah, man. So this shit's been going on, like CIA and MK Ultra and Mossad. It's all one big thing. They're everywhere, right? They're everywhere. And CIA and Mossad are the same thing, and that's Israel. So this has all been in the works for a very long time. I think you'll find. Oh my God, I've just remembered it. I'll save this story for the false flag thing. I'll share you all in the Discord. I'll share you this channel, the Imagination Podcast. Emma, she's amazing. She interviews all sorts of survivors, Epstein survivors. I fell asleep last night. I've got to watch the rest of it. Hey, MK Ultra is a big fucking problem because that's how they get all these. It's the same as Pizzagate. It's all connected. It's all connected. I seriously cannot believe I have to go to peasant work and do that bullshit to pay the bills because I've got so much to tell you, to show you. Anyway, we'll go. Yeah, so I'll share in the Discord that that channel if you're interested in learning more. It's you have to be in the mindset of anything is possible, and it is. This is all very real. You have to understand that COVID was planned, that 9/11 was conducted with the knowledge of the American government, that vaccines cause autism, that chemtrails are real, and that mind control is real, and it's all connected. If you can set aside your fuck no, surely not, then like for me at this point, I had a massive brain meltdown through the week when I'm like, well, fuck, man, everything is true. Like now, I don't know. Like, does that mean if everything is true, if we can prove everything with receipts, and so far, I've seen receipts for everything, right? Then. This is a bridge too far for me even. Like Princess Diana, mine MK Ultra. Princess Diana taken out by them. Not but like this is what bent my brain where I'm like, well fuck. They're putting shit in cheese. McDonald's, there's no way the McDonald's can have enough beef, just McDonald's, to serve 6 million burgers a day worldwide. That's not steak. That's not every other kind of restaurant. Where are all the cows? So I'm at this point now where I'm like, I'm considering whether lizard people are a thing. I think it might be a metaphor. I think it's a metaphor for the Jews being, sorry, but I don't even care anymore, being the shapeshifters that they are. But what if even lizard people aren't a metaphor? I know that's too far, but like it bent my brain in the week. I'm like, I can't. I'm basically having a nervous breakdown because everything that's suspicious can be backed with, this is why it's suspicious, because it's all fucking true. Hey, let's keep going.
Between Martin Bryant, Dr.
I know
Tanya
lizard
Dax,
people aren't real.
the Tavistock Institute,
I'll find the receipts,
and the experiments that were carried out on mind control and manipulation of the population.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's fast forward then to the day that this all unfolded. So what time does this start and the reports of the first shots?
Like, pause, wait. I've also, like, I'm not, I just, like, I'm even, like, this is radical for me, right? I just bought like aluminium free deodorant. I'm the person now, I don't care what people think, saying do not vaccinate your kids. Do you know that SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, first reported case 1969? You know what also started happening in 1969? Vaccinations. Like, I'm sorry, but they're killing us. You know that fog you guys are getting in America now? That's not fog. It's surveillance matter. I know it sounds crazy, I know, but once you understand that none of this is crazy. It's all not just possible, it's all actually happening. Like, fuck, man. It keeps me up at night. I'm just saying. Princess Diana? MK Ultra? Oh. Meryl. Okay, I'm not even. Just shut up, Lisa. Let's keep watching.
Being heard, and that diversion where the police were called out to a drug bust to try and take the local police away from where events were about to unfold, and talk us through that, how it all started.
The first phone call that was made to police indicating that there was a shooting at the Port Arthur historic site was made by Wendy Skewer, who was...
Sorry, my dumb stream isn't working. And Sean Atwood, yeah, I actually watched a thing with Sean Atwood last night. That's the Princess Diana thing. I don't like his style. I don't like how he's watching the chat the whole fucking time. Dude, you're going to interview this amazing woman and you're going to be looking at the chat, pulling up bullshit chat on the screen. It was cringe, man. But you'll get much more like Emma Catherine, the Imagination podcast. She has a much more. She does them pre-recorded. Like, what are we doing, Sean Atwood?
Arthur historic employee. This was made at 1:32. Prior to then, the only two police officers close to the Port Arthur site were lured away with a phone call with a report that there were drugs that were found across the other side of the island at the saltwater coal mines. These two officers then left the station, drove 30 minutes away to that site to discover jars of soap powder. While they were over there, of course, the shooting then took place at the Port Arthur historic site.
Remember, I talked about that in one of the first few episodes. If you haven't watched them, part 1 and 2, linked in the description box below. Go and watch them because we're building, like we're layering this tapestry of what the fuck. But yeah, the two police officers who could have responded were sent on a wild goose chase of an erroneous report of there being drugs, and it was just soap powder in a jar. But it took them half an hour away from Port Arthur, and then a wild goose chase. You're telling me 66 IQ Martin Bryant had the wherewithal and the strategizing to be able to send the only coppers on that, on duty on a wild goose chase, when he also said he felt like he was on a Hawaiian holiday on that siege phone call, and then said, I don't really know what I mean either. Come on now, none of it adds up. I can't believe people poo-poo this. The motherfucker, that interview I talked about before, that guy, that he was a full dweeb who just said at the end, you haven't said anything to convince me. I'm like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? How dare you interview this man and disrespect him like that? Disrespect the victims. Anyway, rant. I love you guys.
Now, that's quite clever if it was Martin Bryant that had orchestrated that, because, Martin Bryant had an IQ of 66, supposedly making the equivalent of an 11-year-old child. So that's pretty clever to lure the only two police officers away. Their job was to close the swing bridge across to the mainland. So there was no police on hand to really monitor what was going on. Once the shooting had taken place, it was something like 6 hours before the police, who had converged en masse, even from the mainland. Special Operations Group police was sent from New South Wales and Victoria. And rather than hit the site straight away, they were kept at Turana, which is just like a sort of a camping area, and they had a barbecue there. And it wasn't until the early evening of that same day that they converged in force on the Port Arthur historic site.
6 hours later.
The first police that were on site arrived by helicopter. They were two unarmed constables, and they were greeted with hundreds of tourists who were in a panic station, employees such as Wendy Skewer that were performing triage on the victims in the cafe, covered in blood and just screaming for help, saying, where are the authorities? Where are the ambulances?
Yeah.
So it was, according to the papers that were drafted in relation to the incident, it was considered too dangerous for the police to enter the Port Arthur historic site straight away.
Diabolical, right? Diabolical.
Special Operations Group police on hand.
If we just rewind a bit, Paul, was there reports of some witnesses saying they heard shots as early as like 10:30 in the morning when Martin was seen at a petrol station having a coffee nearby? Or how does that tie into it all?
Yeah, prior to the actual assault at the Port Arthur historic site, there was a bed and breakfast known as Seascape Cottage. It later factored in as the siege location once the shooter had left the Port Arthur historic site. The two elderly owners of that cottage, David and Sally Martin, were discovered in the burnt remains of the cottage once it had been set alight, and they had been shot and bludgeoned. Witnesses had stated early in the morning, neighbours to the Seascape Cottage, that they heard a number of rifle shots coming from the vicinity of the Seascape Cottage at between 10:30 and 11 a.m. on the morning of the 28th of April 1996. Martin Bryant had given testimony, and there were witness statements that a person matching his description had basically travelled down from Newtown, where he lived at his house at 30 Clare Street, and had stopped along the way for various reasons, one of which was to buy a cup of coffee, and the other was supposedly to engage other people in conversation, to buy a bottle of tomato sauce at a supermarket. So there was a trail of breadcrumbs, if you like, that seemed to indicate that Martin Bryant, or someone that looked like him, had travelled down and had interactions with people. But the timeline suggests that Martin Bryant was 58 kilometres away when the shots were recorded happening at the Seascape Cottage where the couple were presumably murdered. I will be doing episodes on the timeline, but once again, there are some oddities that...
So no wonder they couldn't have a trial, and they certainly couldn't have a coronial inquest, even if Martin did confess or plead guilty. Not the same thing. And what? We're going to convict someone? He got 35 life sentences. 35 dead, 35 life sentences. What the fuck? We can't be having... This would just be all laid out, wouldn't it? And if he actually had a defense attorney who was defending him, the defense attorney, John Avery, went and put the hard word on Martin's mother to go and convince Martin, this poor, simple young man, to plead guilty, or he'd never see his sister or his mother again. But spoiler alert, Martin, for his mother to be able to visit Martin in jail, in prison, she has to write in writing. She can't just call up and say she's coming. She has to go through this whole fucking rigmarole. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Don't add up, and descriptions of what, people who knew Martin Bryant, who engaged him prior to Port Arthur, and their statements were initially they didn't recognise that person as being Martin Bryant, even though they'd known them.
Yeah.
All of this, of course, should have come out in court, but didn't.
Now, Martin's car was a yellow Volvo, but there was actually two yellow Volvos you mentioned in a recent episode, both with surfboards on top. But I think one had the cover on it and the other one didn't. So how does that tie into it? And when he got to the car park, trying to park that, and where does it go from there? Yeah.
I'm not sure about both of the yellow Volvos having surfboards on the roof. I have heard the reports that was the case. There was definitely a witness statement that a yellow Volvo was driven onto the Port Arthur historic site by two females, and that somebody in the immediate aftermath of the shooting had said, "Hey, look, you better not drive that car because the police might mistake you for being the shooter who had been witnessed driving off in the distinctive yellow Volvo with the surfboard, which Martin allegedly owned, out of the Port Arthur historic site." So there were two yellow Volvos. There was also a witness description from Jai Nichols, who was hitchhiking, in essence, along on his way to the Port Arthur historic site. And he had statements about yellow Volvos travelling in different directions with a time difference between them. There was also witness statements from two tourists who'd pulled up at the Seascape Cottage in the morning wanting to see if they could, evaluate it for being a place to stay. It was a very popular bed and breakfast, and that there was a yellow Volvo with the doors open, parked in the driveway. There was an altercation with a blonde-haired male who'd come out in a sort of a frenzied state, and they said they wanted to go inside Seascape Cottage and have a look, and he said, "No, my girlfriend's sleeping inside. I suggest you go away." And something about his demeanour made them turn tail and head out. But there definitely was two yellow Volvos on the location, which is not unusual. It's just another vehicle. There could, of course, be two yellow Volvos, but in the context of examining Port Arthur, it has some bearing.
So when the yellow Volvo arrived and tried to park near the ferry, is this part of the importance as well, whereas the ferry had just changed the times that it had left because of daylight savings, I think it was? And how does that tie into the timeline and that as well?
This is very important. Assistant Commissioner Lupo Prinz had given a report to the Hobart Mercury, and there were indications that the initial target for the shooter was not the Broad Arrow Cafe, but the Bundina ferry that would take tourists across to the Isle of the Dead. The Isle of the Dead was a little island just off the mainland with historical grave sites. That day, there was apparently 80 US tourists that were scheduled to take that ferry across to the Isle of the Dead. The shooter had driven onto the Port Arthur historic site and tried to park down near the water's edge where the jetty is that leads to the Bundina ferry to the Isle of the Dead. But they had unpredictably perhaps changed the schedule for the ferry, and it had left 30 minutes earlier. So the reports were that the shooter had an altercation with the traffic manager and security manager on the site, Ian Kingston, about wanting to get onto the ferry and parking down near the water's edge. He was told, no, you can't park here. We need this place for the buses. The shooter had then exited the Volvo, which was left at the water's edge, made their way into the gift shop and the adjacent Broad Arrow Cafe, and that's when the actual shooting took place in there. There was an uninteresting report from one of the patrons of the cafe, a man by the name of Anthony Nightingale, who, when the shooter got to their feet and began opening fire on the patrons in the cafe, he had yelled out, "No, no, not here," before being shot down. It was an unusual thing to say, perhaps. So the implication was
good night, Lainey. Thank you for being here. Enjoy your movie night.
that the initial target was the ferry, but there'd been a change in operation because the ferry had left. So the shooter had improvised and decided to shoot up the cafe, and that possibly, if you consider the notion that there may have been plants or spotters in there whose job it was to identify the shooter getting onto the ferry. And then when that didn't occur, they became inadvertent victims.
Yeah. So when the shooting began, as you say, it was around 1:30. Wendy Skur was the one that first called it in. But that first, some people say 90 seconds, some people say 5 minutes. And a lot of those were headshots, and the emergency fire door was nailed shut or locked shut somehow. And that's where most of the people died in the Broad Arrow Cafe there. So walk us through that kind of timeline and how you think that played out to the best of your knowledge.
Once again, there's a disparity. The police prosecutor, Damien Bugg, had reported that the shooting that took place within the confines of the Broad Arrow Cafe, which was a crowded little cafe to serve the patrons on the day, took place within 90 seconds. Some of the witnesses, like Sarah Vanderpeer, had disputed that timing by saying that it was more like between 3 to 5 minutes. Indications were that the shooting did take place in excess of 90 seconds. In a very short amount of time, however, 20 people lost their lives in the Broad Arrow Cafe alone. 6 of those lost their lives because they were trying to escape through a fire exit door that had been nailed shut. So there were, in essence, only really 3 exits to the Broad Arrow Cafe. There was the fire exit door, which was nailed shut. There was the main entrance, and then there was the entrance to the kitchen. There was also...
When we watch the other long form, oh my God, so much good. We're going to be on this for a while. It's fascinating to me, and there's so many interesting characters that Paul's spoken to. But when we watch the interview, that it's in 2 parts, that Paul did with Stephen Howard, whose wife died, but Stephen survived. He was up at the toll booth, and his wife was one of the people working in the cafe. They both were employees, and he said that the door had been always held. They knew the door didn't work properly, and that it had always been held open with a big piece of treated pine, just propped open like a door jamb, because if it closed, it wouldn't open again. But Wendy Skur says, I think it was in the about 6 weeks before, that it was then and smokers used to go out that door, and they used to prop it open so smokers could go out and have their cigarette, as in staff members, and come back in without having to get locked out. But Wendy testifies that it was locked. It was locked. Another reason why they couldn't have the inquest, right? Because how can a government-run facility have a locked fire door? You can't. Massive lawsuits.
An entrance out onto the balcony. But the authorities had reported that the door lock itself on the fire exit door was inoperable or faulty. That was reported by Wendy Skua, who was the Port Arthur Historic Site employee, to be a cover-up, because the door, she had confirmed from a friend of hers whose husband had been instructed to nail the door shut to prevent people stealing from the gift shop. As a result, 6 people lost their lives, crowded around that door, were shot down. Yes, a lot of the killings were headshots. It was very close ranges, to be fair. Ranges anywhere from 1 to 2 meters to contact, and the shooter did not spray or pray. They were witnessed as being very calm, very methodical, very proficient with the use of the firearm. One of the survivors, Neville Quinn, had stated that he was the best trained army man I've ever seen. His stance was unbelievable. Conversely, Martin Bryant's proficiency with firearms was not that way. He certainly wasn't trained, and by all reports, he was quite uncoordinated. But yeah, a lot of people lost their lives very quickly, and then the shooting took place outside the cafeteria, in the grounds around the buses, and continuing on the exit road out of the Port Arthur Historic Site to the...
Another fun fact, fun, air quotes fun, when the shooter casually walked out of the cafe door, down the veranda, the porch, and down off and away across the grounds, having just executed 20 people in a very short space of time, and he walks out, there's video that a tourist was taking that shows someone running. It's not the gunman. He's referred to as running man, running out down there to go and render assistance or something. And there's 2 guys, excuse me, sitting, you can see it in the video very clearly, sitting calmly on that veranda. So, sorry, excuse me, sitting very calmly outside where, like, literally it's just a little building directly outside, where on the inside of the walls and the windows, this massacre had just occurred. 2 guys just sitting on the veranda having a calm cigarette. Like what? Tell me they weren't operatives as well? What are we doing here?
Yeah, before we pick it up again there, a lot of those witnesses said that the shooter was right-handed and Martin was known to be a left-handed shooter. Is that the other big one?
That's correct. Most of the witnesses stated that the majority of the shooting, though not all of it, was undertaken by the shooter, in essence, shooting from the hip rather than from the shoulder, from their right hand, whereas Martin was known to be a left-handed shooter, and he did demonstrate this in a video interview that he undertook with Inspectors Warren and Payne, that he shot from the left. The rifle that was used, which was a Colt SP1, sort of an AR-15 equivalent, a civilian rifle, had a scope on the carry handle along the top, so it would have been difficult to, acquire a target from the hip. You wouldn't be able to look through the scope, but if you brought the rifle to your shoulder, you would be able to sight down the telescopic sight. It is, by all reports, an astounding feat for any one man to have accomplished, even in the close confines of the Broad Arrow Cafe and in the other circumstances of the shooting. 35 men, women and children taken in a very short amount of time. And there was quite a significant degree of accuracy, and by all reports, a very highly trained individual.
Yeah, so now that the initial shootings happened at the cafe, you said he now moves to the toll booth, and walk us through what happens next. I think there's a bizarre incident with maybe a black van and another vehicle with other people in it where there was some communication maybe?
One of the other odd occurrences that, once again, it just needs a determination, an investigation to evaluate what had taken place, was that the shooter had jumped back into the yellow Volvo, which was parked near the water's edge, and had driven out of the historic site. Along the way, they stopped and murdered a young mother and her 2 young children of 6 and 3, even chasing one of the children around the tree.
Oh, that's brutal on that training video. Brutal. But so I have watched that video, obviously. I watched it twice. I just wanted to make sure I knew how long that duration was to give you guys prior warning when we watch the whole thing. 2 minutes, 10 seconds of footage of the actual dead bodies. We've seen a few of the still images, a little bit of the footage in tonight, but unbeknownst to me, sorry about that. But even in the cafe, I know Wendy Skur, her account speaks of like a gore field, gore, G-O-R-E, gore filled, like, and she said she had, human matter in her hair, on her feet, everything. She was covered, her hands, everything. But if you guys choose to watch that section of that training video, the dead bodies, the people, the victims, are. It's moments in time, very precise. This wasn't someone just like spraying. These were kill shots over and over and over and over and over again, 20 times, or 29 bullets. Fucking wild.
And killing them, which was horrific. And this murder had occurred just before the toll booth, which was in essence the entrance to the Port Arthur historic site. The Cheok family had driven up to the entrance to the toll booth because they were intending to enter the site, and were met with an unusual scenario where both lanes, incoming and outgoing, leading to Port Arthur, were blocked by vehicles. The outgoing lane was blocked by Martin Bryant's yellow Volvo with the surfboard on the top, and the incoming lane was blocked by a bronze BMW sedan. The bronze BMW sedan had 4 occupants, 2 women and 2 men. However, 2 of those individuals were witnessed seated in the front seat and rear seat of Martin Bryant's yellow Volvo with the gunman, having a conversation. This was not at gunpoint, but basically the people that had pulled up saw that there was a conversation that was taking place in the yellow Volvo, and 2 other people seated in the BMW that was blocking the incoming lane. At one point, Robert Salzman exited from the rear passenger seat of the yellow Volvo and just stood there. The gunman then exited and they had a conversation. It became argumentative. At this point, there was no firearm in view. The gunman then walked around to the rear of the yellow Volvo and retrieved a firearm and shot Robert Salzman dead. He then went around to the front of the yellow Volvo, dragged out Helene Salzman and executed her. The other male occupant of the BMW then exited the BMW and walked over to where that shooting had occurred, and then he was shot down as well. And the gunman then dragged the female out of the front seat of the BMW and shot her as well. So 4 people were killed. The gunman then transferred firearms and objects into the BMW and commandeered that vehicle and left the site. So it's unusual that anyone who had been in that BMW would have just witnessed that the shooter had murdered people literally on the exit road coming out of the Port Arthur historic site, and yet they didn't drive away, they didn't run away. They had engaged in some form of interaction with the shooter seated in their vehicle. So this, of course, raised a few questions about their purpose and their what they were doing at the toll booth at the time.
Big questions.
So at this stage, Martin's now changed vehicles,
huge.
But he left his passport and any other objects of importance, do you think, in the Volvo, and that's that passport number? Do you want to touch on why that's all might be important?
Yeah, the vehicle was obviously Martin Bryant's. It was owned by him with the classic surfboard on the top. During that altercation, that shooting, the rear quarter window had been shot out on the Volvo, and in the rear boot of the Volvo was a Daewoo semi-automatic 12-gauge shotgun, some ammunition, and in the glove box of the yellow Volvo was Martin Bryant's passport. This has some bearing later on because at the latter part of the massacre, when the siege was taking place at the Seascape Cottage, the bed and breakfast we mentioned before, Martin Bryant was engaging the police negotiator, Terry McCarthy, on the telephone, a man I've spoken to at great length. But he was not identifying himself as Martin Bryant. He was calling himself Jamie. And the conversation that Terry McCarthy reported was, it was very odd. He said it was like he was reading from a script and saying very strange things and not acting in a manner that someone you would imagine had just carried out a massacre of that magnitude would. So there.
We am I muted? No, thank God. Hope, we've watched a bunch of shorter clips before we started this interview, so before you got here, and in one of the clips, it shows it's basically the audio of the siege phone call that Martin Bryant, Jamie, he was calling himself, on the phone with the negotiator Terry Armstrong, Terry something starting with A, and it's very odd. He's very calm. He's very clearly a very simple young man, and either an absolute fucking psychopath, but childlike, or oblivious. Very telling. So I strongly recommend you. I'll drop the Wasp Files link again. If he's got lots of little short clips, so if you're interested to go and Hope, I know you fall down these rabbit holes. I've absolutely immersed myself in this content this week. It's very helpful. Very helpful. I'll drop the channel again in the chat for y'all.
There was some confusion as to the identity of whoever it was that was holding siege at the Seascape Cottage. Much later on, Terry McCarthy had asked whether he would identify himself, and Jamie had said no, but rattled off his passport number. And he said, I know it so well because I do a lot of travelling. And Martin Bryant did do a lot of international travelling when he inherited his money from Helen Harvey. So lo and behold, they were able to obtain the passport that was in the Volvo and then make the connection that the shooter at the Seascape Cottage was in fact Martin Bryant. His voice was verified by his girlfriend, Petra Wilmot, as being Martin. But it's, I guess, convenient that he rattled off his passport number and there was a passport left behind in the yellow Volvo. This also draws a little parallel with the attack on the 9/11 buildings, where when they collapsed, they crushed most things to powder, and yet miraculously discovered in the ruins of those buildings were the passports of the so-called hijackers.
Miraculous, the hand of God.
Once again, it's a coincidence. But that, in essence, very quickly the determination was made that the shooter at Seascape Cottage,
I love it,
who supposedly had also carried out the massacre at the Port Arthur historic site, was Martin Bryant.
Yeah, before we get to that final siege and showdown at Seascape Cottage, talk about the black van and possible connections to Joe Viles, and do you think anything else that's relevant around the cafe from the footage and photographs that we do have?
Joe Viles, for those of you who don't know, is an author, and a lot of people very much refer to him as being the person you should read when it comes to an investigation into the alternate narrative of the Port Arthur massacre. He is, shall I say, an unusual character, in my opinion, a bit suspect. Joe Viles, I've read his book, Deadly Deception at Port Arthur, takes far too many leaps of conjecture for my liking. There was an unmarked black van that was photographed in the immediate aftermath of the shooting at the Port Arthur historic site.
What?
And Joe Viles said, well, that's Mossad or intelligence. I think you can't make those kind of conjectures. There is a much more scientific read on the Port Arthur massacre, which I urge everyone to they can access this.
So, pause. Boo, here's Paul. I was interested he did do some video, a couple of videos, commentary on the Bondi Beach massacre recently. He's a little too dismissive of international Israeli hand in all of this. I think it's a very parochial and short-sighted stance. I think if you understand MK Ultra, which I don't think Paul necessarily does, the gravity and the breadth and depth and implications that Mossad, CIA, MK Ultra, mind control, the World Wide Web, that all of that is. And he didn't quite hit the mark. He mentions a few times key players, coincidental key players that are Israeli Jews or non-Israeli Jews in this narrative. My ears prick up every time. He'll either mention Israel or these players that I know of because I spend all my life in that world. But you can't dismiss this if you're looking at Agenda 2030, which is those people. They're all owned and controlled by global Jewry. They've been assassinating key figures in history and civilians, innocent civilians, to advance this end goal, which is one government and ultimately the Israel project for a very long time. So when I say it's all connected, and I don't speak that lightly. So boo, Paul, it's your only shortcoming. Let me at you. Let me educate you. Paul, do you want to catch up for a coffee? Let me tell you about it.
It's on the files, on the WASP files, and on the Facebook page, WASP, the Port Arthur Massacre. It's a book written by a fellow called Noel MacDonald, and it's called The Port Arthur Incident, Prelude to a Royal Commission. Arguably the most scientific read on the Port Arthur Massacre. Joe Biles has basically come under some question as to his identity. He's often been considered to be an AKA of another interesting character called Ari Ben Menashe, who was once a former Israeli Defense Force soldier and associated.
So wait, 5 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, you said, I don't think we can say Mossad's involved. And then in the next breath, you're going to do this? Paul, let's make some connections. God damn. I thought I was muted. Good little rant.
With intelligence. And his name sort of crops up. He's a bit of a bad penny, crops up with a lot of interesting international events and incidences that have occurred. It does. Are they the two people?
Also,
I think that's yet to be real.
In the Epstein files, Ari Ben Menashe is I cannot stress enough how it's all connected. I'm not joking when I say that I spend every waking hour and minute. Paul, hi, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I spend every waking hour, minute, second understanding and comprehending this. I'm not joking. When I say I'm surprised, I'm not catatonic at this point because this is all since September the 10th. For me, that's a very short space of time to have my entire worldview decimated. Like fuck.
Be determined. But Joe Biles, if you read his work, seems to be a bit of a case of all show and no tell. He does seem to have a lot of inside knowledge about Port Arthur, but there are a lot of leaps of conjecture, as I've said. So I find him somewhat suspect.
Pause. Paul, are you Paul from Newcastle, New South Wales, like Australia? Because that's where I grew up. That's pretty cool. Shout out Novocastrians. What's up?
So let's maybe talk about the weapons used at the Broad Arrow. And there was one of your recent videos you touched on how there was plenty of evidence to suggest there was pellets found from shotguns versus the official narrative of only being, a rifle. Do you want to talk about all that?
Yes, there were 3 firearms that were used during the Port Arthur Massacre. One is the Colt SP1, or more commonly known as the AR-15. Contrary to popular belief, AR does not stand for assault rifle. It stands for Armalite rifle, which is the manufacturer of the rifle. It's a civilian semi-automatic rifle that shoots a .223 caliber round, which is not a high-powered round per se, but it does have quite a lot of velocity, and it is at close range quite devastating.
Still Newcastle.
That particular rifle had a 30-round magazine. It's semi-automatic. Semi-automatic means it's not a machine gun. Fully automatic is when you can hold down the trigger and it will just release all of the rounds, one after the other. Semi-automatic is when you have to manually pull the trigger as many times or as fast as you like to cause the rounds to fire. The other firearm that was used was a much larger and more powerful rifle known as the L1A1, or commonly known in Australia as the SLR, which our military used to carry from the 1960s to the 1970s. It's a semi-automatic high-powered rifle using a .308 caliber round, or 7.62 by 51, which is the military equivalent. And that rifle was also used once the shooting took place outside the cafe. That firearm, when shown to Martin Bryant during his interviews with Inspector Warren and Payne, he denied ever owning. He said, "That's not one of mine. No, never seen that one."
And of
Martin
course,
Bryant ostensibly owned.
So usually, statistically, people with very higher IQ, more intelligent people are better liars, right? More convincing, more. Not all of us. Like I'm really, really smart, and I'm a terrible liar because it's not in my nature and it doesn't sit well with me. But also we're generally more funny, hilarious, because it takes intelligence to have wit. I'm just saying. But think about the childlike innocence of someone who has the mental age of an approximately an 11-year-old, most likely very low functioning autistic, and an IQ of 66. I don't think he had the capacity to be able to lie so glibly about that weapon. Let's go back and hear that again.
During his interviews with Inspector Warren and Payne, he denied ever owning. He said, "That's not one of mine. No, never seen that one."
You see?
Martin Bryant ostensibly owned the Colt SP1 or AR-15. The other firearm that was discovered in the boot of the Volvo was a semi-automatic 10-shot Daewoo shotgun, a very devastating weapon if it was used. However, the ballistics reports that I've read mention no use of that shotgun either inside the Broad Arrow Cafe or in the other shooting locations around the Port Arthur historic site. This flies in the face of some of the witness statements, one of whom, Stephen Howard, had seen a survivor by the name of Dennis Olson, who was seated outside the cafeteria and had clear palate damage from shotgun wounds.
So Stephen Howard's that interview we'll watch next weekend. We'll do this. So tomorrow night we're going to learn more about Martin, his psych reports, some more about Petra and another girlfriend, Janetta, and that quite harrowing phone interview from an inmate who spent time with Martin in prison, in Risdon prison in 1999. So 3 years-ish after this event. And then next weekend, we'll cover the false flag theory in detail, and we'll watch the second little phone interview from Wendy Skur, and which is interesting, considering we watched her full testimony or her full recounting last weekend. Part 1 and Part 2 are linked in the description box, and then we'll watch the Stephen Howard interview. Lovely man. Wow, what a life. Oh, these people. And then probably the weekend after that, we've got there's so much more to cover. Oh my God, there's this amazing interview with this retired police officer, Melbourne guy. Oh, he's a character. You're going to love it. We're here for a while, shorties. This is great. I love it. I hope you like it too.
Stephen Howard used to own a shotgun and a .223 caliber rifle, so he would know the difference between shrapnel, which can be caused by rifle rounds shredding when they strike targets, and pellets, which are tiny little round balls, which make a very clear wound configuration on victims. One of the surgeons at the Hobart Hospital, Dr. Wilkinson, also had stated that everywhere we looked, we found pallets. And yet there is no mention of that shotgun being brought into the cafeteria in the gun bag, removed and used. there was exterior tourist video of the shooting that was taking place in the cafeteria, and there was sort of different sounding gunshots, and somebody had exclaimed, "That's a shotgun." So look, it needs to once again to be determined. Whatever forensics were carried out and ballistics on the firearms recovered has never really seen the light of day. I do have the ballistics report. But
here's the thing with ballistics and collecting evidence and stuff, because there was no law enforcement response, nothing other than those two coppers taking witness statements, addresses and shit for those 6 hours. And Wendy and some of the other survivors didn't have any authority. We heard Wendy speak about not having any authority to stop people from going into the Broad Arrow Cafe. There was a guy, a fucking local guy, I can't remember his name, kind of a German sounding name, who was a local, who was seen going through the pockets of some of the victims, the dead people, right? His son committed suicide about 6 months after this massacre. So 1996, late 1996, his son was implicated as being part of the operation. What sort of ghoul, what sort of local ghoul, not even a tourist, no offense, tourists, but a local was seen going through the pockets of the victims. What was he looking for? Was he going through the pockets of the operatives who happened to be slain because they are expendable to remove any or check for any evidence of their involvement? Could it be? Like, this is so deep. That's why watching all of the content, we won't together, but that's why I keep dropping the channel in, not only to support this man, because what an amazing body of work he's put together. What an amazing resource. There's nothing else like this. But because there is so much to this, so much. You have to listen to all of it, watch all of it to get these little snippets.
There's no mention by the ballistics expert Gerard Dutton that the Daewoo shotgun or a shotgun had been
I don't
used
think
at any
looting,
point
Simi.
during the shooting.
Not looting. The inference, the inference. Well, I think Paul or whoever Paul says it outright. It's under the sort of the if we're considering this to be a false flag operation with militant players and operatives stationed all around. Remember those people sitting in the yellow Volvo up at the toll gates with the shooter, having that altercation, a conversation, getting out, having another calm conversation, which turned into a heated exchange, which turned into the shooter going to the boot of the Volvo, getting the weapon and shooting the guy in the chest and then shooting the other people. Think of it in the context of that person who was shot in the chest standing up and saying, "No, not here." So then if another person and those two people smoking the cigarettes calmly on the veranda as the shooter calmly walked out, having just shot up the whole place with it, you couldn't miss it. So they're not looting, but in that context, in that framework, going through the pockets of the people who they knew were part of the operation to remove any inculpatory evidence, right? No, not picking their pockets. No, not. Far bigger than that. Far more sinister.
That only the AR-15 and the L1A1 had been used.
And one of those weapons was actually registered to Victorian Police as being handed in. So do you want to talk about that? And maybe Terry Hills, I think it was, and where Martin might have got these weapons from. But I think Terry kept good records. And do you want to talk about that?
Sorry, and one more thing. And then you think of that in the context of this poor, beautiful, like I cried for Martin Bryant. Looking at his photos, like I feel people's energy, right? Sometimes I choose to ignore them. The pirate springs to mind. But this poor, simple, just wanted to have friends, did have friends, was taken advantage of by this handler, Petra Wilmot, sold out, set up, and then thrown in jail after being tortured tortured into a confession and a pleading guilty, and not on the record confession, mind you, as far as I understand, and then thrown in prison, the most diabolical, disgusting, dark, evil prison with such a history of abuse and torture and violation of civil rights of its inmates for decades. For what? For globalists? For globalists to advance their agenda to disarm the world's population wherever possible, to instill fear and compliance in its citizens. Like, this is fucking diabolical. And then this man with his beautiful warm face, every one of his photos, even his most recent one, he's put on a significant amount of weight. He's still got warmth and innocence in his eyes after 30 years. I can't. Evil. It's evil.
I spoke at great length to Dorothy Shearing, who was the wife of Terry Hills, who was the owner of Guns and Ammo in Tasmania at the time, and their son, Matthew Hill. Terry was accused of being the gun dealer that had sold the AR-15 or Colt SB1 to Martin Bryant under the table.
I think she's dead. Let me check.
There was a lot of mystery surrounding the origins of the firearms that were used at the Port Arthur historic site. There was a Herald Sun investigation that was convened in the latter part of 1996 about the origins of the AR-15 or Colt SP1 itself. It was discovered that that firearm was previously owned by a farmer in Yea, Victoria, by the name of Bill Drysdale. Bill had recognised the AR-15 from a unique gunsmith's mark on the barrel. That was his firearm. He had handed it in 1987 after Premier John Cain's semi-automatic rifle bans after Hoddle Street and Queen Street. He was told that the firearm would be destroyed, but it was not destroyed, it was kept, along with 17 other confiscated or handed in high-powered firearms.
This is interesting. Keep listening, because where one of these weapons ends up is fucking wild. Like fucking wild. Makes you think they're all in on it. It seems that Martin Bryant is still alive. The last interview she did publicly was 2011. His sister Lindy Bryant has never spoken publicly. But remember, that was the threat that Carleen was told to tell Martin to coerce him to plead guilty, was that he would never see his mother or his sister again. But even then, they make it very hard for his loved ones to see him. Very hard. Bureaucratic flaming hoops of fiery shit to get there to see this poor man.
By the Victorian Special Operations Group Police. They use these firearms as their own.
I'm going to scoop back because I said this is important and then I fractured it. Hang on.
Premier John Cain's semi-automatic rifle bans after Hoddle Street and Queen Street. He was told that the firearm would be destroyed, but it was not destroyed, it was kept, along with 17 other confiscated or handed in high-powered firearms by the Victorian Special Operations Group Police. They used these firearms as their own until they upgraded to the new Steyr F88 AUGs. Those firearms were then sold to a gun dealer who I know, a very interesting man by the name of Mr. Garnet Featherstone of Granite Arms in Bendigo, Victoria. Garnet had a lot of dealings with, in essence, very high tactical level equipment and used to deal with the police. Apparently, those firearms were sold by the Victorian SOG after being illegally re-registered in the Licensing Regulation Division, in essence, given new serial numbers. Sold to Garnet Featherstone for around about between $26,000 and $34,000. Garnet then on-sold those high-powered firearms to a collector, and reports I had received was at one collector down at Seascape Cottage.
Did you hear that?
Which is very unusual. The son of...
So one of those weapons was bought by a gun collector at Seascape Cottage who was the son of the two hostages, those elderly couple, I can't remember their names. I'm sorry, my brain. Who were killed. The male, was shot. The woman was bludgeoned, was hit in the back of the head with the butt of a rifle, and then their burned remains were found in the fire afterwards.
David and Sally Martin, the owners of Seascape, was Glenn Martin, supposedly owned firearms of his own, though we don't have a lot of determinations about that. The gun registers of both Terry Hill and Garnet Featherstone have been seized by police and have never seen the light of day. They would comprehensively state where the firearms came from, because they have to be entered into the books, who sold them, who they went to, who they were delivered to, never seen the light of day. So the AR-15 somehow made its way down to Tasmania, purportedly to one collector at Seascape, which may or may not have been Glenn Martin.
Wild.
The elderly couple themselves apparently had a .22 rifle and a couple of old shotguns with the firing pins ground down. A young man had come into the Nabina police station during the shooting and stated there's 43 firearms at Seascape Cottage and, quote, shitloads of ammo. That has never been determined as to the identity of that male. And there were quite a number of firearms that were discovered in the burnt ashes of the Seascape Cottage. So whatever firearms were also discovered, additional firearms at Martin's house in Newtown. There was hidden in a piano, apparently, ammunition, gun belts, gun bags, and an Australian automatic arms, semi-automatic 223 caliber rifle. The origins of these firearms are a mystery. Martin did not have a gun license, so how he managed to procure those, once again, should have been determined in a court of law and was not.
So let's get to the final part of the showdown at Seascape Cottage and some of the anomalies around what happened there and reports of second shooters. We've got police, we've got special operations involved at this point. It goes overnight. There was some testimonies of other cars being shot at by someone that doesn't look anything like Martin Bryant. So talk us through everything that happened there and what your thoughts on that.
What had happened was that once the shooter had commandeered the BMW and exited the Port Arthur historic site from the toll booth, that they had then driven to a service station where a young couple were attempting to exit, and they were cut off by the gold BMW. The shooter had got out at gunpoint and kidnapped the male driver after trying to drag his female partner out of the car. He forced the male at gunpoint into the boot of the BMW, then went back and shot the female partner, Zoe Hall, killing her in the car. The BMW was then driven with Glenn Peers, who was the hostage, to Seascape Cottage. It was driven up onto the grounds of Seascape Cottage, and the shooter had then made their way inside the cottage after firing from the roadside at various vehicles that were passing alongside the road on the way to and from the Port Arthur historic site. So a siege then was undertaken at this bed and breakfast cottage, the Seascape Cottage. The two first police officers that arrived on the scene, Gary Whittle and Paul Highland, were immediately fired upon, and that they had witnessed that the BMW had been set alight and there was smoke pouring from the vehicle. They pulled back to a safe location. They were soon joined by Constable Pat Allen. He was pinned down with very accurate fire from the Seascape Cottage, taking cover behind his cruiser, and then later on in a ditch with Gary Whittle. And they were spent pretty much most of the evening pinned down under heavy fire from Seascape Cottage. Special Operations Group police converged on the site and contained a cordon around the cottage. It was in a rural sort of bush environment, and the cottage itself fronted onto the bay. And the siege took place into the evening. There were initially reports of multiple shooters, shots coming from different locations within the property. At one point, a helicopter was fired upon, and a blonde-haired individual was witnessed on the roof of the guest house. And the Special Operations Group snipers had that person in their sight. They asked for a permission to engage, and the directive came back, do not engage, this has to happen. There were times when the snipers, and their names,
Doesn't that sound a lot like, no, not here? Do not engage, this has to happen.
was reported as Sniper Sierra could see a silhouetted figure through the fly wire screen in the cottage, and once again was calling for the right to engage that target, but was told do not engage. There was some concern that there were hostages inside the Seascape cottage. So as reported before, a phone conversation was set up with the police negotiator, Terry McCarthy, and the shooter inside the cottage.
McCarthy.
This person calling
start with
themselves
A.
Jamie was having an odd conversation. One of the strange anomalies, one of the most disturbing ones really, was that a recording exists, which is available, where Jamie is talking about making a cup of tea and frying up some egg and bacon for the hostages. And while he's doing so, quite amiably, you can clearly hear gunshots in the background. These were explained away by the police.
You can hear them clear as day. It was 20 on the recording. They said there were coughs, and I can tell you, last night yesterday, I was in a space, amazing space, actually, fucking amazing. And someone in the background of this speaker was sneezing or coughing. It was distant, but you could tell. Like, I'm like, who the fuck is sneezing? And he just carried on. He was giving this amazing presentation. The speaker, so good. You could hear what we heard in the recording that we in the clip we watched earlier. Simi was really adamant. It's absolutely a gunshot. There's only one on the particular segment of the excuse me, of the snippet that we heard, but yeah, 100%.
And recorded in the transcript as being coughs. There were some 20 coughs, but these were later independently verified to be shots from an SKS semi-automatic 223 rifle. Yeah. Someone was shooting while Martin was on the phone to Terry McCarthy, talking about making cups of tea and sandwiches for the hostages. So there was a lot of indications that lights were turning off and on in different buildings, that there was more than one person there at least. At some point, nightfall fell, and the shooter in the cottage had some form of line of sight or night vision device attached to a firearm, because during the conversation with Terry McCarthy, he said, what I've just found out, man, is that one of your boys is on the northeast corner. And I can see him through this scope. It's a laser scope. Do you want to tell him to move back? And Terry McCarthy replied, yes, we don't want anyone hurt. So the strange contradiction is that this shooter, who had apparently killed 35 men, women and children with impunity at the Port Arthur historic site, actually warned the police officers back. No police officers were killed during that siege. However, they were pinned down and shot quite accurately at by the shooter in the cottage. Yeah. The shooting took place into the evening, and the conversation died at some point. And the very next morning, the cottage caught alight, or by reports was set on fire. At one point, an individual dressed in black ran out with a handgun and fired into the immediate area before running back into the building, which was on fire. Sometime later, Martin Bryant ran out of the Seascape cottage wearing different coloured clothing on fire, and he stripped off that clothing and was arrested by the Converging Special Operations Group police, quote, grinning and out with the fairies. So he was. So
when we were talking before about the suggestion that he was drugged, Martin was drugged, and they expected him to stay unconscious from that drugging and die in the fire, is supported by the fact that if you were setting a fire, if he'd set the fire on a light in a conscious state, wouldn't he more likely have burns on perhaps his arms or his face and his front? But if you think about him being drugged and out to it, and maybe face down on a bed, perhaps, that then his back being alight makes a lot of sense, right?
Arrested at the Seascape cottage, and that places him at, in essence, the latter part of the siege. He was then transported to the Hobart Hospital to be treated for burns, and that's when the next morning the massacre had, in essence, ended.
Yeah, as you say, some people speculated he may have been, drugged with a sedative, and that's why he peed out with the fairies, and maybe he was meant to pass away in that fire, and he it woke him up when he came out burning, with his clothes burning. But I wanted to touch on the phone call that happened at 3:08, and you touched on the snipers being told to stand down, but I believe 2 AFP officers resigned as well with something that all happened there with that phone call and everything in mid-afternoon.
There was a report that, two
AFP, Australian Federal Police. It's,
Australian Federal Police officers have resigned and discussed once that directive went out over the radio, which would have been heard by the SCS and all the other aspects of the police. It was considered to be unusual that there was no directive to engage the shooter or to, in essence, assault the property, ostensibly because they were concerned about hostages, I imagine. But as we've seen with some of the, the other sieges that took place, like the Lint Cafe siege in Sydney, there was a standoff before the Special Operations Group went in force. However, I believe the sniper that also had man Monis in his sights and was also denied the ability to engage was very angry at that and sued the police because he felt that he could have neutralised that threat very early on prior to the assault that took place on that cafe where people, innocent victims were then killed. So, look, whether or not there is a failure in command or just the procedure whereby police are instructed to engage threats, there was certainly opportunity for police to be able to neutralise the threat at Seascape Cottage, and yet they were given the directive to stand down. So I guess the rest is history. There were some unusual aspects where when Martin Bryant was being transported in the ambulance away from the Seascape Cottage because he was burnt, a witness who was one of the ambulance officers was basically gave a statement that Martin had said, "What's this all about?" And he said, "Oh, I preserve life, unlike you." And Martin had replied, "Where's Petra?" And the ambulance officer said, "Was she with you?" And he said, "Yeah." And he said, "In the fire?" And he said, "Yes, we're never apart." There were reports by the 2 first police officers that arrived at Seascape Cottage, both of whom tendered witness statements that they saw a naked, dark-haired person running between the guest house and the cottage. One of them stated that the person was female. Sally Martin was an elderly lady with grey hair, ostensibly, supposedly murdered earlier that morning. The identity of the naked person running between the buildings was never really determined in a court of law. Petra had supposedly departed from Martin in the morning and then gone home to her parents. But there's just a lot of odd occurrences that have never really been provided sufficient answer to.
Now, all the media headlines reported 33 dead, and we know that that 33 number has a lot of significance in Freemasonry and all that type of thing as well. But if
I love this part. Also, Paul just poo-poos it. I don't. Renee Good was, Minnesota is the 33rd state, right? And Renee Good was executed out the front of, was it number 33 or 333 on 33rd Street? They tell us what they're doing. They're doing it in our faces. It's so blatant, and people refuse. What? I mean, aren't we all in? Can't. Why is that? Why is that ludicrous? Why is that? Why? Because Freemasonry and the Jesuits and the Mormons are all satanic, and the Synagogue of Satan, aka Judaism, founded those organizations. It's called being a crypto Jew. They infiltrated the Catholic Church. Symbolism is rife in Satanism. So Bohemian Grove, Pizzagate, it's all connected. Take that final step, Paul. I dare you.
The initial toll was actually higher than that in the end, but the newspaper headline was 33.
And pause, sorry, Paul. If you look at if you pay attention to 33, it's fucking everywhere. No, I think it was just 33. It was just 333. It was in between. The next house along was 332. And there's a Star of Star of David, in the window on the other side. And then there's a big fucking dinosaur. Don't even start me on that. I don't even know if that happened. But even Charlie Kirk, right? There was 3 stacks of 47 caps, right? 4 plus 7 is 11. 3 stacks is 33. Get the fuck out of here. They do it. They do. Once you see this in COVID updates, I've seen so many clips of them saying 33 new cases of COVID. 33. 33 is a very significant number in Freemasonry. Oh, we're never going to finish if I keep talking, but shit. Go back.
But there's just a lot of odd occurrences that have never really been provided sufficient answer to.
Now, all the media headlines reported 33 dead, and we know that that 33 number has a lot of significance in Freemasonry and all that type of thing as well. But the official toll was actually higher than that in the end. But the newspaper headline was 33.
Look, I don't hold too much faith in that notion that
it took them 33 hours. It didn't. It was longer. 33 hours to arrest Tyler Robinson. Also, well, that's what Kash Patel said. Lol. It's fucking kosher theatre, mate.
The event and the numbers were specific to the Freemasonry. I understand that 33 is a very significant number amongst achievements that are acquired by Freemasons in regards to that secretive institution. As I said, I'm more of a scientific mind. There were 35 people that were killed and 23 injured. I think one of the biggest things about the media, which people should be outraged at, was that the very next day, somebody had broken into Martin's house at, excuse me,
definitely a
30
smoker.
Clare Street, Newtown, and stolen a photograph of Martin. And that photograph was printed the very next morning in all of the major newspapers with headlines like, "This is the man," and "The face of a killer." Literally the morning after the siege. Now, he had not even been charged. That is against the law. That had prejudiced any chance of a fair trial. And the 2 witnesses that you stated out of the 200 who comprehensively identified Martin Bryant as the shooter, both went on record to say, well, we saw his photograph in the paper and we may have been influenced by that photograph. Yeah. The media was slapped across the wrist for that. They also doctored the image of Martin Bryant. So I spoke to a journalist who was outraged at the fact that they had doctored, the Australian newspaper had doctored an image of Martin Bryant where they had raised his eyebrows up to give him a crazed look and printed that as an image of Martin Bryant. When questioned about that by the ABC's Media Watch, literally in a phone conversation, they said it was a technical glitch. But it was some nefarious machinations of the press on the day.
When we do the episode that will include the media stuff, you'll hear this whistleblower staff member at the newspaper place, office, headquarters, whatever they have, and it's much worse, much more nefarious.
Demonise Martin Bryant, and certainly to determine his guilt before the man had even been charged. Absolutely. So there was no chance we were ever going to have a trial on that basis alone.
Yeah, and then I guess the rest is history with John Howard ordering the cafe to be, burnt down and no investigation, all that type of thing. I know you've got to go soon, Paul, but I guess the last anomaly was the Black Hawk helicopter crash with 19 soldiers dying in Townsville, and there's been some speculation about that. Some of those people may or may not have been involved, and what's your thoughts on that?
Once again, the connection's very spurious. In essence, there was a Black Hawk helicopter crash where 17 Special Operations Group, SASR, Special Air Service soldiers, very highly trained commandos, were tragically killed. There was, in essence, some accusations that the shooter who had gone into the Port Arthur historic site, in essence, who had acquired Martin's yellow Volvo and his firearms and impersonated him, was a highly trained SASR soldier and most likely a psychopath. And that then, in order to quieten the, or to silence the evidence in relation to that there was a helicopter crash where these people were killed. There was one of those
Wait.
soldiers who had been recognised.
Did you hear that? I'm going back. So pay attention. This is also important. So we get rid of people, right? We get rid of anybody who can talk. This is what they do. People like the people who saw what was it? The content of Clinton's. I think it was Clinton's. I think there was 12 law enforcement men who saw the content of, I'm getting the details wrong, something to do with the Clintons, Pizzagate, something very real. Since then, nine of them have committed suicide. Like, powerful people don't care about human life. They don't care about us. These people are psychopaths. They have no empathy. They have no emotions. They do not care. We are just obstacles to their own advancement. Tools and then obstacles. Expendable. So, did I go back? Too far. Yes, correct. Buster. Good boy, you came inside yourself. I think it's fine.
Silence the evidence in relation to ASR soldier and in essence who had acquired Martin's yellow Volvo and his firearms and impersonated him was a highly trained ASR soldier and most likely a psychopath. And that then in order to quieten the or to silence the evidence in relation to that there was a helicopter crash where these people were killed. There was one of those soldiers who had been recognised. He was driving, escorting in the front seat of the ambulance that was transporting Martin Bryant to the hospital, a very intense-looking man who was recognised and identified as being Captain Calvin Hales of the Special Air Service. He was killed in the Black Hawk helicopter crash. The ADF were able to provide support mechanisms in relation to events that take place around Australia, but they're not allowed to be employed in any combat capacity on Australian soil against Australian citizens. So there were certainly helicopter pilots and support networks from the ADF that were in place on the day. Also, strangely enough, when Martin was talking to Terry McCarthy, he was mentioning that he was in the Seascape cottage with Rick, that he knew Rick very well, that he knew Rick's wife, and at one point even mentioned that Rick's wife was high up in intelligence. Rick has often widely been attributed to being Special Operations Group Michael Charles Dyson, who has strenuously denied those accusations.
He goes by Rick.
There was also signalman Henrik Rick Peters, who was also killed in the Townsville helicopter crash.
Did you hear that?
The connection is dubious. The mention of Rick as being an associate of the shooter in Seascape raises some questions about who would have been in that cottage. But all of this should have been determined in a court of law and an inquest, and we never.
I'm just going to say again, the connection isn't dubious, Paul. So Paul needs to make his connections between his belief, his hypotheses as to why it's more than gun control, why and who. 2030 isn't about Australia. Agenda 2030 is about one government, right? It's about the elites. It's about the reduction of the world population, the disarming of the world population, the subjugation of the world population, and transhumanism in a nutshell. When we do the false flag episode, I'll pull that list up because fuck. So when you think about it with that lens, why is it too much to think that it would be imperative to get rid of any of the key players, whether that's, okay, Rick Dyson, you go and live overseas and write books about cyberbullying. You're going to die in a helicopter crash. 19 people dying in a Black Ops helicopter crash. That's no fucking big deal at all to these people. The connection isn't dubious, Paul. I would love to bring him all the way into the light because he's so close, man.
had one.
Yeah. And as you say, there's been some speculation that the person may have been wearing a wig or also had longer hair than Martin Bryant to possibly cover up, an earpiece or earbuds from the loud noises from shooting and that type of thing as well.
Look, to finish off, there's so much to cover. I'm not here to determine guilt or innocence. I do strongly believe that there is a lot more going on to the story of Port Arthur than the official narrative. I simply am here to ask questions and to encourage people to do your research. You don't have to take my word for it, but do your research. I've researched comprehensively and still do to this day, 9 years later. The whole point is we should be able to ask questions. I despise the term conspiracy theorist and tinfoil hat wearer. It's a derogatory term designed to shut down debate, discussion, and questioning.
It's the same as calling someone a Nazi.
And that's what I'm here to do, and to hopefully educate people on what they don't know about the Port Arthur massacre. It's been a very grim and torturous journey. I've had multiple death threats. I've been warned off. This is not I'm not here for popularity or fame, or I could care less about that. What I want is for us to stand up and say, if something's not right, we have the right to ask questions and to be provided with the information that's been locked down till 2091.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of those survivors and the families of the victims are the ones calling for these inquiries and justice and that. So, guys, we'll wrap it up there. Paul, keep up the amazing work you're doing. I'll put the links down below to follow Paul on all his socials, and be sure to...
Woo! How good, huh? I told you that'd be a good catch-all, a great catch-all for the sort of the fragmented, fragmented. That channel I just subscribed. Oh, God, it's on a loop. Good God. Ah! Sorry. Didn't turn the loop off. Yikes. I did, but then I logged out because hotspot. Simi. Now, Simi, you asked me earlier whether we could watch, I presume you meant Martin Bryant's interview. I'll find it and we'll play it. I don't, like, almost all of these Port Arthur episodes have been demonetized, not proper copyright strikes, but demonetized because of the little news clips, channel 7, channel whatever. I don't care about that, but I can't afford to get a full copyright strike. And if Carlene's interview is on 60 Minutes, I might get a full copyright strike. And I've currently already got one from the Christmas episode, which has been taken down, and I've appealed it. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. How rude. Why would you copyright strike someone on a fucking Christmas episode? Anyway, another thing. I hate to tell you, Arca, but we can throw around Obama, Clinton, Bush, Trump, Biden, say their names. It doesn't matter. Republican, Democrat. It doesn't matter left or right. It doesn't matter libtards or magatards. It's a uniparty. It's an illusion. It's two wings of the same bird flying straight towards Israel. They are owned. They have been forever. They're compromised, and they're sellouts. They're puppets. Next. Sometimes my chat's working, other times it's not. Corruption is bipartisan. It's not. They're all in the same team. It's a uniparty. Are those cricket bats? Which? What? Where? I have a cricket bat. I think it's still in the garage. Maybe I don't anymore. Hey, a couple of other things. I'll think of more things to say. Thank you for being here. If you haven't watched episode 1 and 2, definitely watch them. But we're in it for the long haul. Look, my shorty bum bag also arrived. I'm going to get another one. I love it so much. There's a little inside pocket. Adjustable. I'm going to get the other one too. I love it. And if you weren't here at the start, the mouse pad. Oh, it's so good. There's so many mouse pad designs. I think there's like 5. You can't see, it's disappearing. It's soft. The colors are vibrant. It's beautiful. Love. Get on it. Absolutely. They're keeping everybody. They're keeping you all arguing about who killed Charlie Kirk, whether the bullet came from the front and the back. We're arguing about. I mean, have we forgotten about Venezuela? It is it is like this. It's a shot clock. They're running down the shot clock. 2030. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being hyperbolic. They got you arguing whether ICE obey the law. Obey. Just be compliant. Nah, bullshit, man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all a distraction to stop us from asking questions. They want us infighting. They want us quibbling and squabbling over the minutiae of shit that really doesn't matter, because the big picture is what matters. Resist digital ID wherever you can. Get healthy. Stock up on things. I'm not joking. In America in particular. Stock up on water, soap, food, medical kits. I'm not joking. If you are someone who's a gun owner, stock up on ammunition, batteries, have a generator. I'm not joking. I'm not fear-mongering, but, write letters to your local representative. Get to know your sheriff. Know your neighbors. Like, shit's gonna get bad. It's already very bad in Australia for different reasons, legal reasons, free speech reasons. We are the petri dish here for the world. Even the bill that's about to be passed, it will be the anti-Semite, anti-hate speech bill. You're telling me they wrote that comprehensive, the most comprehensive proposition, legal document for a government legislation change was drafted in a couple of weeks over Christmas since Bondi? Nah, get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here. This is all part of the plan. They've been working on this for at least 100 years. I'm not joking. And I love you all very much for tolerating my rants, and for not balking, for trusting me, because it is all connected. Junior, thank you for being here still. I appreciate you very much. It absolutely is connected. I'm not sure if we can stop this, but we're going to fucking try, right? Like, I don't have anything to lose. The only thing I'm worried about is if I get arrested, who's going to look after my dogs? And Britt, I might put you down as, I'm not joking, Britt, I might put you down as my emergency contact, if that's all right. Because if I get arrested and I've got one phone call, and it's going to happen. And I've got one phone call, I'll have to call you. And if you could organise for my pets to be taken care of, for however long I'm in prison. I think it's 5 years. But you in America, be safe out there. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think there's any answer for this ICE bullshit, because they are trained. They're IDF trained, right? So they're trained by the IDF, the IOF. ICE is based. Well, they're trained to give you conflicting instructions. I don't know. Don't answer the door. Be safe. Like, be safe. Good. Pierre, I love you. And if anything, if you think that anything I've said, I think I don't know how to do it. If anything that I ever say might be helpful to share with somebody in your world, whether it's a colleague or a family member or on your socials, screen record it. You have my full permission. We turned off clipping. I don't know how to turn it back on because those fucking flying monkeys were clipping my shit and mocking me. I don't care. Like, I don't mind. Mock away. I don't care. If you need me to ever send you a resource, a link, go into the Truth Will Set You Free drawer in Discord. Go into the Health is Wealth channel in Drawing Discord. Like the stuff I post there, they're just the very tip of the iceberg. I love that you're trusting me. This is all I spend every waking minute, all day, every day, is just trying to fathom the gravity of this, getting there, so that I can properly articulate it to you all, so that then you can, I don't know, make whatever changes, whatever initiatives, whatever you can do. So we're on the right side of history. It's going to be a fucking rocky road. Consider if you're being made to feel cornered. Do you mean with regards to ICE or in general? I mean, and don't let anybody gaslight you. Like, if somebody's telling you, nah, that's not how it is. Like, I'll come to me, and if I haven't got the resource, the receipt, I will get it. My network on Twitter is phenomenal. Like, the upper echelon of awake, truth-seeking, truth-tellers, informed, like the highest IQ people. So if somebody's telling you, no, that's not how it is, and trying to gaslight you on any given thing, geopolitical, US politics, whatever, I can help you. I might not have the answer, but I will get the answer for you. Because we're not here to be gaslit. Well, fuck that shit. Trust your gut. Be safe. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to one another. Try not to get emotional if you get into conversations with people. Stay objective. Stay rational, because they're trying to get you angry. And I'm going to say it again. If you're not on Twitter, I really think you should be. That's the pulse. That's the pulse of what's actually happening. So, yeah, Pierre, it's tricky. It's tricky. Sorry, I'm buffering. Paul Harrell. I don't know that. Let me write that down. My pile of junk here. Paul. Oh, I also ordered a couple of notebooks because, you know what? You know me, fly by the seat of my pants kind of gal. I be taking notes all the time now. I take notes. I'm like proper. I'm a proper student. Is that actually how you spell it? TOT. Maybe I know what that word is if I heard it. Oh no, WKI. Thank you. I will look into that. Yeah, that's me. In general, but also us. Yeah, the psyop is so real. The end of the world as we know it. Ah, thank you. I'm a very, very, very intelligent idiot, Arca. Thank you. Okay, I love you all very much. I know it's late. Thank you so much for being here. I love you. Tomorrow night, we'll do whatever we can to understand Martin Bryant. Poor man. Check out the thumbnail. Go and hit like over there. The thumbnail. Oh my God, the poor man. I love you. Chatties Bay. Mwah. Thank you, mods. Thank you, friends. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Stay safe. Be kind. Be patient. We fucking got this.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone bit off the rails. Professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, can't shut you out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Buster and Poppy. It's the whole thing. Miss Shorty swing. Together we make each other happy. 'Cause Chad is babe, so much to say. Emotes in all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time